1:30. Where's Christine? Mike's over there. Yep. Okay, you got it on now. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Christine, good.
Hey guys, he's trying to start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call back to order the Pasco County Board of County Commission meeting of March 23rd, 2021. A reminder to everyone to please silence all electronic devices and mute your microphones. Now it's time for public hearing. Agenda, starting with P47, ordinances. Madam Clerk, do we have proof for item P47?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item P47 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on February 17th, 2021.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Item P47 is an ordinance amending the Pasco County Land Development Code to restate, reorganize, and amend Chapter 500 zoning standards and to create Section 513 uses and use standards, to create Section 1106 for existing community gardens, market gardens, and community farms regulations, to amend Appendix A definitions, to create Appendix B tracing table, and other sections as necessary for internal consistency, providing for repealer, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. However, this item is requested for withdrawal
Okay,
this time.
that item's withdrawn. So we move on to, what's the next one? P48. Proof.
Item P48 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on February 21st, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item P48 is an ordinance by the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners amending the Pasco County Land Development Code, Chapter 500 zoning, Section 526, C2 General Commercial District, subsection 526.3 conditional uses, removing multifamily dwelling units as a conditional use, and other sections as necessary for internal consistency, providing for applicability, repealer, providing for severability, inclusion into the Land Development Code, and an effective date. This item is requested for a continuance to April 20, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. here in Newport Richey.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make a statement real quick on
Yes.
this item before we do a continuance? And I appreciate Commissioner Fitzpatrick bringing this forward and getting this on the agenda. I did review the Planning Commission meeting where I saw it was also continued as well. I just want to make sure there seemed to be some confusion on it. Hopefully staff is detailing the detailing the Planning Commission a little further, a little deeper on this item. Because again, I saw there seemed to be a little bit of confusion by watching that meeting, so.
Okay. Treasurer's Board.
I'll make the motion to continue then.
Okay, I got a motion and a second.
That's to continue?
Okay, I got a motion and a second by roll call vote.
District 2, Commissioner
Aye.
Moore. District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Move on to P49.
Item P49 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on January 27th, 2021.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Amy Heiler with Long Range Planning. The matter that you see before you is PDD 21-0225. It is the adoption hearing for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment in the name of CPAS 2002 Meadowbrook. Slide. I can do it? Yeah, cool. Sweet. Okay, since this is the adoption hearing, I'll go ahead and read the ordinance into record. An ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use maps, map 2-15 and sheet 20, changing from Res 3, residential 3 dwelling units per gross acre to COM commercial on approximately 1.67 acres of real property located on the southwest corner of State Road 54 and Meadowbrook Drive, providing for a repeal or severability and an effective date. So the proposal before you, as stated, is requesting an amendment from Res 3 to COM commercial located at the southwest corner of State Road 54 and Meadowbrook Drive. There is an accompanying rezoning petition that was heard at the LPA and PC that is continued now to April 1st, so you will hear that shortly. With the comprehensive plan that's being proposed, we evaluated the policies in our comprehensive plan that allow an amendment to COM and identified these as being consistent. So I'll go into detail with respect to those policies. So location for commercial development allows for an amendment to COM. In our comprehensive plan, there are 3 criteria that are specific to allow for an amendment to commercial. The proposal must meet all 3 criteria. In this case, a location for commercial development should not prohibit or impact any TC future land use. The only TC future land use that is in the county is on the east side of the county, so it's not going to detract from that. Town center future land use. And then the second one is going to be it cannot proliferate strip commercial. I do have a visual in here of the zoning district. So where the property is located is along State Road 54 and Meadowbrook Drive. It is at the southwest corner of that. It's at the southwest corner of that intersection. And so proliferating strip commercial, where the site's located, there's 2 residential parcels that are to the west, and then a office parcel, as well as an existing storage facility, and then a Cat 1 wetland. So it can't proliferate outside of that criteria. And then it's adjacent to Meadowbrook, so it can't go past the roadway. There's also a creek that is to the south, so it's not going to proliferate south from that as well. And then the last criteria is that it needs to be located at an arterial and collector roadway intersection. And so where this is located is at Meadowbrook Drive. The north segment of Meadowbrook Drive is classified as a collector roadway, and State Road 54 is classified as an arterial FDOT roadway. So with the definitions from FDOT, that it meets the criteria as being defined as, quote, an intersection. The second is neighborhood commercial. It also meets the criteria for neighborhood commercial, which in essence is the same, but it limits neighborhood commercial to allowing it along an arterial or collector roadway instead of it being at an intersection. And then transitional land use policy FLU 143 speaks to allowing or implementing a proposed amendment within the area and ensures that those land uses are accurately or transitional between each other. And so the next slide will show you this is our transitional land use table, and as you can see, commercial land use, so proposed land use, is adjacent to an existing residential 3 land use. It's classified as being compatible as a transitional land use. However, it does need to have sensitive site design. With that being said, the property owner, the applicant, has agreed to doing a deed restriction to enhancing buffers against the residential uses. And so here's your location. As you can see, it's in the South Market area and urban service area. It is located at the southwest corner of Meadowbrook Drive and State Road 54. And this is your existing zoning. As I stated before, the existing zoning is agricultural, and then the two parcels that are to the west are still agricultural as well. You have a PO1, which is an office use, and then your existing storage abutting a Category 1 wetland, which, as you know, cannot be developed in. And the visual for the proposed future land use to CALM from Res 3. And so just to give you a little rundown of what happened at the local planning agency back in on March 4th. So they found that the proposed comprehensive plan amendment is consistent with the policies set forth in the comprehensive plan. They did recommend staff to continue the rezoning petition because they were going to develop a deed restriction on that. So that was continued from March 4th to April 1st. And with that, we recommend that the board find the comprehensive plan amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan and adopt by roll call vote. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
Again, what do they want to put there?
We don't have a specific use right now. They're just going to commercial. They're looking to get commercial use. At this point in time, we don't regulate the uses at the comp plan level.
Right. Is it known what they want to put in there?
For us, no. I do not have that information personally.
Do we have people signed up to speak on this item?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we
Okay,
do.
this is,
Yeah.
okay, so I think
So
we're
Very
you-
much
you
so.
know,
okay, this is the one I think
applicant's
we're going to
represented
hear
by-
about what they're looking to put in there.
Yeah, the applicant's represented by Barbara Wilhite.
Barbara Wilbur, yep.
And then I've, speaking for some of the citizens in that area, I've given Todd Pressman 12 minutes to
Mm-hmm.
speak. And then there's other individuals, I think,
Okay,
signed
this
up
is
to speak
one that-
also.
okay, Gotcha.
Yeah, at this time, we just review the policies in the comp plan to ensure that it meets those criteria, so.
Yeah, okay. All right. I guess we need to hear from the applicant. Would like to speak, or?
Commissioners, this is Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard, Newport Richey, Florida, 34652. What I'd like to do, I think Amy Heiler's presentation was very thorough, going over the comp plan consistency. What I'd like to do is, if you may, we could go ahead and listen to public comment, and then I can come back and present on rebuttal. If not, I'm just going to duplicate a lot of what Heiler just said. So I think that's the best way to present. And I would, as the discussion you just had, this is the comp plan level. The zoning, we still have to go back to Planning Commission and get their recommendation, and then come back to the board. Probably the better time to discuss specifics regarding the zoning of the property would be at that time. But of course, in rebuttal, when I present, I'm happy to answer questions as well. Is that an acceptable procedure, Chairman?
Yep, that'll be fine. So you have some to be read in?
I have a couple of individuals on WebEx. I do have 9 emails to be read in. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 on WebEx. There were 5. However, one individual is at the kiosk, my understanding. But there were a couple other people who registered, but they're not on WebEx.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest you take the WebEx and kiosk testimony first, and then do the read-in.
Then do the read-in afterwards,
In
yeah.
case they've decided that they want to appear live rather than having their stuff read into the record.
Right,
Okay.
okay.
Okay, so WebEx first then?
Yes?
Okay. The first registered citizens we have is Douglas Grant.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, name and address for the records?
I'm Douglas Grant, and I live at 2235 Brookside Drive, Lutz. I have a presentation, and if can put that up for board, please.
It is up, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about environmental conditions. Next slide. I'm against the proposed comp plan amendment rezoning because it will likely lead to development that can create environmental risks that affect groundwater. This neighborhood relies on groundwater as the only source of drinking water. We have no alternate sources. Next slide. I'm qualified to speak about environmental impacts. I have degrees in environmental science and pollution control and extensive experience. I live in Meadowbrook Estates near the subject parcels. Next slide. I request that the board seek the truth about the pending commercial development. It is vitally important to the neighborhood to know the facts about the development at that location because certain land uses, especially pollution sources, will threaten the neighborhood's well-being. The Kitty Campus representative has not been forthcoming about the development. A reliable source says Kitty Campus has arranged to sell the property to a gas station developer, and Kitty Campus has made misleading statements suggesting a need for a gas station there. Next slide. There are 3 gas stations within 1 mile of subject parcels developed under starkly different circumstances compared with the subject parcels. And all 3 gas stations have environmental compliance issues, and the two closest gas stations are relatively new. Next slide. You might know that all fuel stations have chemical releases. You might not know that leaks occur from the very equipment designed to protect and contain leaks, and many discharges happen during delivery and dispensing. This is important because a moderate-sized gas station can receive multiple fuel deliveries a week and 2,000 vehicles daily. Next slide. This is a conceptual site model showing the media that will be impacted by fuel mixed with stormwater at the subject parcels. As you can see, all surface fuel discharges at the site can affect groundwater. Groundwater is the sole source of drinking water at 5 adjacent homes and the rest of the neighborhood. Next slide. This is a site model for fuel discharges from underground systems. Again, discharges profoundly affect groundwater. Next slide. The state of Florida and Pasco County have common sense rules to protect public potable wells, but the rules do not protect the hundreds of private wells at Meadowbrook Estates. We need the county to apply common sense by not allowing development at this location that can lead to contamination. Next. If the county does not act to protect us, then we might seek broad relief from Kitty Campus, the new property owner, the site developer, and the site operator. Next slide. Especially because Kitty Campus and the future property owner can avail themselves of many types of land uses that do not include pollution sources. We need the county to impose limitations now. Next. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
The next registrant we have is Patricia Ortiz.
Hi there. My name is Patricia Ortiz, and I'm here to speak in opposition of this request on behalf of the Meadowbrook Estates and Sierra Pines neighborhoods.
Ms. Ortiz, we need your address for the record, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. My
Thank you.
address is 2810 North Central Avenue, Tampa, 33602.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. And I'll just kind of jump right into this. While Lot 58 is on the periphery of the neighborhood fronting State Road 54, Lot 59 is wholly inside the residential neighborhood. And I feel that that is in direct conflict with future land use element Goal 1, Foundation for Growth Management, which specifically intends to maintain established residential neighborhoods. I also feel that it's in conflict with Objective 1.4, which seeks to ensure the long-term viability of neighborhoods by regulating future development. Policies 1.4.3 and 1.4.4 address transitional land uses and residential compatibility and require that the county evaluate comprehensive plan amendments to ensure that the transitional land uses are provided as a buffer between residential and non-residential uses. As staff noted, Objective 1.6 speaks to non-residential development and seeks to provide criteria. We feel that this petition does not qualify as commercial infill because one of the two characteristics of commercial infill requires that the site does not set a precedent for further strict commercial development because either the site is surrounded by existing built commercial development or geographic features which would prevent the commercial development from encroaching into the neighborhood. In this instance, commercial infill does set a precedence for further strict commercial development because all abutting uses are residential and there are no geographic features which would prevent the extension of commercial uses into the neighborhood. Trying to keep it short here, but in conclusion, I would like to state that the area residents oppose this petition because it seeks to allow unrestricted commercial general uses, which will extend into their established residential neighborhood. Their primary concerns are associated with compatibility. Neither the petitioner nor staff has addressed concerns of compatibility or precedent setting. And we feel that approval will allow a myriad of general commercial uses to be located adjacent to this long-established neighborhood without mitigation for use. That it will negatively impact residential property values, and that's a significant concern because the primary or maybe the single largest investment of the average person over the lifetime is on a home. With that, I'll conclude, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
The next citizen is Danielle Walker. Please state your name and address for the record. Oh, she's not on? Okay.
Go to the next person.
Okay. The next citizen is Beverly Camp.
Hi, my name is Beverly Camp. I'm at 17269 Raintree Road, Lutz. I don't have an elaborate presentation for you. I'm just voicing my for the neighborhood that I've lived in since 1991. I believe if the lot at the beginning of the neighborhood is zone commercial, it's going to create detrimental traffic getting in and out of the neighborhood, as that's the only entrance and exit that's viable that we have. And I also do have a concern for my children and my pets in the neighborhood, as we have no sidewalks at all in our neighborhood, and that's just going to create traffic and danger for my family. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comments.
That is all that has been pre-registered for P49 and that are on.
We'll have
I'm sorry?
Todd Pressman.
He's at the kiosk, is my understanding. Is that correct? Right, so we're going to go to kiosk next.
Okay, but that's all you have
That's
here,
all I have
so
for
we'll go to the
WebEx.
kiosks.
Thank you.
Commissioners, this is Justin Georgia, Second Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. Can you hear me, sir?
Could you repeat his name and address?
Todd, could you remove your mask because it's hard to understand what you're saying? Thank you.
Todd Pressman, 200 Second Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. Can you hear me okay, sir?
Yes, sir. We hear you
Okay,
fine.
I do have a PowerPoint for you. While it comes up, let me tell you that your lobby is basically filled with a bunch of supporters. Everyone want to clap? Say hello. These are all your constituents. Mr. Chairman, I'm here in opposition for the Meadow Estates community and Sierra Pines community and many other nearby residents. Next slide, please. Two critical points. The applicant at the Planning and Zoning portrayed the citizens and neighborhoods as not wanting anything but resident. That is not correct. But the applicant or contracted proposed owner, Mr. Jallo, is an avid gas station developer, as we understand it, and C-store developer. Our opinion, our surmise is that the targeted use under the cloak of a C2 zoning and under ownership of Kitty Campus is a gas station, C-store, or other more intensive uses. And you should know that the P&Z vote was a mixed vote of 4-2. Next slide, please. The COM future land use, as you know, contains many, many possible uses that are incompatible and inconsistent. Once you vote today, commissioners, you open the barnyard doors for gas station C-store, car washing, body paint repair, mechanical garage, and drive-through fast food restaurants. That's your vote today and the uses that would be permissible. Next slide, please. Some other uses are automobile washing, kennels, poultry and seafood stores, retail sales as well. Next slide, please. Character of the media area, next slide, please. We're at State 54 and Meadowbrook, next slide, please. And next slide, please. As pointed out, this site is within the subdivision and is surrounded by all residential homes. Next slide, please. This is the plat of Meadowbrook Estates. As you can see, as part of the plat, it also enters and becomes an integral part of the subdivision. Next slide, please. The character of the area is rural suburban, as you can see from these pictures. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Commissioners, what's interesting in the middle of this picture is you see part of the style of the home, which is abutting this property, is a barnyard architecture. Next slide, please. That should give you a good idea of what this neighborhood and community is like. Again, this style of architecture is abutting the subject property. Next slide, please. So the entire area on the side of the road is Res 3, next slide, the entire area, next slide, which your zoning staff says recognizes those areas suitable for single-family detached residential development. Next slide, please. And the zoning in the entire area is AR1, which, as you know, is a very low density. Next slide, please. Past land use activity. Commissioners, this is very important because no one's told you this yet. Next slide. In 2011, a request came through which is equivalent to a C1 use and was denied by your P&Z, denied 7-0 for daycare and preschool. Then they came back roughly a year later. Next slide, please. For the same request, it was denied by staff and again denied by the P&Z. Next slide, please. So it's very curious, and quite frankly, we are amazed that your staff and P&Z denied a C1 use twice, but now they're suggesting an approval for C2, which seems to be out of sync and out of character. Next slide, please. Impacts. Next slide, please. The materials entered into the record by the applicant show one access on State Road 54 and a full access on Meadowbrook Drive. Next slide, please. And per their numbers, that would be 2,400, almost 2,500 daily trips, 165 in the AM peak, and 208 in the PM peak hour. Next slide, please. And that's the applicant's math and their figures. The P&Z rationale was very interesting because all the P&Z wanted to do was to add some buffering and consider the natural stream buffer. But there's, as you've already asked, commissioners, you're already up to speed that there's no choice of use or activity here. How do you provide buffering and buffering for use that hasn't been determined and could be any of the C2 uses? It's a case of the cart way before the horse, and unfortunately your P&Z did not do well with this vote. Again, it was a split vote. Next slide, please. And this is the famous stream. This is the famous creek that your staff and the applicant partially rely on as a buffer. You can hop over it. A lot of the small women and girls can hop over this thing. Furthermore, being an open area with water, it doesn't provide a buffer. If anything, it creates less of a buffer and less of a noise element between properties. That is the residential home directly behind the subject property. Next slide, please. This is what the site looks like compared to the nearby residential. If you allow a comp plan amendment today, this is one particular use that can go in. Next slide, please. How do you buffer this to a rural suburban neighborhood? Our conclusion that you can't. And by the way, Patricia Ortiz, who spoke, she is our private planner. We hired her. I'm going to go through some of her points. But the point is, in this community, you can't buffer like your P&Z wants to do for all the uses that could occur. Next slide, please. Comprehensive plan policies. Next slide, please. Patricia Ortiz, who spoke before, is a established planner, and her resume is in the record. She knows that the zoning and land use established residential neighborhood character make these subdivisions unique. The plats were created in the early 1970s, and most of the surrounding development occurred in the 1990s, 2000s. Next slide, please. Comp Policy 1.6.4, new neighborhood commercial uses shall not be located internally within existing single-family neighborhoods. Says it all, because this will be. Next slide, please. Policy 1.4.4, the county shall protect residential uses from sensory intrusions of adjacent uses. Could you imagine a fast food or restaurant belching out hours and hours and hours of dinners and steaks and hamburgers that is going to destroy this neighborhood, let alone an auto mechanics garage that would be handling tires and major repair, or a drive-through restaurant with a speaker box, or a convenience store that's open 24/7, the noise, the lights, and people hanging out in attraction. Next slide, please. Policy 1.4.3, ensure transitional uses are provided as a buffer. Commissioners, ensure transitional land uses as a buffer. Your P&Z only looked at the actual buffer. This comp plan says you have to have land uses that act as a buffer, a nice office, quiet office, or other neighborhood potential support uses between residential and non-residential designations. That is not occurring here. Next slide, please. Allowing this rezoning will set a precedent for future commercialization within Meadowbrook Estates neighborhood. Our opinion of our professional planner. Next slide, please. And under those categories, particularly 1.6.4 commissioners, all of those standards must be met. Not cherry picking one or two or three, but all of them must be met. I showed you already, is our opinion, they aren't met. Next slide, please. Negative impact on residential property values. Next slide, please. We engaged a real estate broker and founder, Mr. Rene Carpina, and he has submitted a letter to you. It's in your record, but I'm going to ask for it to be handed out again. He notes that the home values will be negatively affected. In some cases, property values will be seriously negatively affected due to incompatibility, impacts, and inconsistency between uses and the loss of residential and critically suburban harmony. Next slide, please. Private planner's conclusion is that it has potential, that the use is and has potential to be inconsistent or incompatible, or result in creation of an isolated district. Next slide, please. Our private planner also notes it's not consistent. It is in conflict with policies to maintain neighborhoods, transition of use, limit strip commercial, prevent commercial development from locating internally. It is not consistent nor compatible. Next slide, please. Neighbors, community opposition. We have 144 petition signatures in opposition. There's a bunch of nice people wearing red shirts here today that we're very proud of. Next slide, please. These are only the closely located neighbors. As you can see from the site, predominantly, they are all opposed unanimously of the closely located neighbors. And that's in your petitions that you have in your record. I'm going to ask them to be handed out to you as well. Next slide, please. Remember the problematic uses that are going to pack this site under commercial. They're very dangerous to the community and will be a tremendous detriment. Next slide, please. So in summary, the categories surrounding are residential. Repeat that land use applications in the past have been denied. A split planning and zoning vote dependent upon inadequate, impossible to know buffering. We expect gasoline. Tremendous negative and damaging impacts, presented many comp plan policies, and there's tremendous neighborhood opposition. Mr. Chairman, I would ask that you would receive and distribute copies of all the petitions and the real estate letter, which I have here to hand in to you, if you may, please. Thank you.
I actually object to that. I object to that. May I speak?
She's allowed to.
Pleasure of the board.
Well, Barbara.
May I speak to my objection?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Barbara.
So the board has very strict procedures in these hybrid times about submittal of documents for the record. All of our documents that we wanted to be received and filed had to be submitted to you by 5 p.m. yesterday. Staff has provided me with what was received by that time. These documents were not received by that time, as far as I'm aware. So unless staff can let me know that these documents that you have were properly submitted, because I was restricted in what I could submit, unless they were properly submitted pursuant to procedures, I'd ask that you not receive and file them.
Okay.
we received something this morning, I don't know.
That was
Mr.
original.
Chairman,
That was
Yeah.
not a public hearing.
Chairman, this is Todd Pressman. All the petitions have been submitted to staff electronically prior to 5 PM yesterday, and they were a part of the planning and zoning record.
I think we
So
have
we
all
don't
the
need,
petitions.
if we've already got it, then we don't need to receive it again, so.
Whatever's your wish, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
All right. We have,
Supervising our.
You were muted, sorry.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Luke Rowe is the attorney chosen by, to work with us and coordinate on the legal side. Thank you.
okay.
Members of the commission, my name is Luke LaRoe. My address is 2240 Bel Air Road in Clearwater, Florida, 33764. And I'm here wearing my hat as a land use attorney to talk about the issues that are before you today. As my colleagues have indicated, and I think the planning and zoning report that we gave you and the issues first brought up about the possible environmental impact of the conforming use that may or may not be used in this particular area, I think that's the biggest issue. The fact that there's no specific use identified really casts the whole application of a comp plan amendment on its ear. If you don't know what's going to be there, how can you establish whether it's going to be consistent with your view? And I think the statutory requirement that this county make sure that whatever development takes place is consistent with the comp plan. Not knowing what will be put there makes it a complete crapshoot. And there's just no way that you can know that. Now, I know that Mr. Pressman said that these residents are not opposed to any development. They're opposed to the vast majority of the conforming uses that would be allowed there because those would have such a negative impact on not only on their property values, but on their quality of life. And I've spoken to a number of them, and candidly, what they've said, if it's a doctor's office or something else that wouldn't be open deep into the evening with noise and smoke and fumes and things of that nature, if it's a professional type of a development, there's no problem whatsoever. Nobody wants to deny the property owner of the use and benefit of that particular property. What they want to make sure is that under the guise of this very general request, there's not a conforming use established there that would be allowed if you grant this today, that would cause permanent irreparable harm to their continued residency in that area. Now, I looked at a lot of the comp plan issues myself, and I think without that specific designation of what kind of use will be there, I don't know how anyone can actually vote on this for the future. The ones that stuck in my mind were no restriction of C2, and there's no way to establish what mitigation would be necessary because you don't know what will be put there. My consideration, and something that I had thought of as an attorney, and I did hear it remarked before, was that as part of this proposal, the applicant, from my understanding, is willing to place a restrictive covenant on the buffering requirements. It seems certainly within the province of what you can request and what the applicant can offer is that if you want to make sure that we don't allow one of these adverse uses to be developed there, consider a restrictive covenant that will limit the many, many options available to only those options that would not have that negative and adverse impact on these residents. That's certainly something that you can consider and you can ask for it. I think that if that takes place and there's sort of a give and take about what are we really going to be looking at that's going to be developed right up the cusp of our neighborhood, maybe there would be no opposition. But the way it stands is nobody knows what's going to be put there. That puts you in an awkward position because you don't know what's going to be put there. So to
Thank
vote-
you for your comments. Your time's done. We have someone else sign up.
I don't know if there's
Mr.
anybody else at
Chairman,
the kiosk.
Yes.
this may be an opportune time. So Mr. LaRoe has indicated that it would be a crapshoot. You don't know what the use is. I'll remind you, you are in a comprehensive plan hearing today, not a zoning hearing. You never really know what the land use is. You have to see whether that future land use category is or is not compatible with what surrounds it.
So we're not there yet.
And do an analysis of what could be there, what all the category, all the uses that could be in the COM category, and is its placement in that particular area consistent with the neighborhood before you would vote to approve or or deny it. But you never know, in a comp plan hearing, you're never going to know what the use is unless the applicant discloses it to you and sticks with it. But once you put COM on the site, anything that could go in COM could be there.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just clarify something with Mr. Steinschneider, then, or it might be planning staff. Tell me about that office use. Again, I wanted staff to say it, or Mr. Steinschneider. If it was office, just strictly office, that would be categorized as,
You could have a future land use of what the OL.
Yeah, we can do, if you do office use, it would be OF flu.
OF flu.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you
But
do,
it could be in COM too.
I was gonna say, well, yeah, I was gonna say, so,
Correct.
yeah, office is allowed in COM, but if you restrict certain types of commercial, and just go to office, it's OF flu, okay.
Right, and then I also wanted to point out as well that even though an amendment to COM, if you do approve that today, it's still going to be subject to the uses in the zoning. So right now, it's still AC zoning. So even if you approve it to COM, it still has to be compatible with the zoning district as well.
Mr. Chairman, are we done with the comments? And is Barbara going to present?
I'm not
yet?
sure if we're done with them, because,
You need to go back to the kiosk.
yeah. we
So
need to
I
go-
have questions for staff, but I was going to wait till
Let's
the
wait till
presenter
we
presents.
get all the
so-
comments first.
We also have
Okay.
emails.
Okay.
Is someone else at the kiosk to speak?
Yes, we have a lot of people, so I'm going to send the next person up.
Name and address for the clerk.
Mr. Beck?
Yep. And then name
My
and
name
address.
is Sharon Honeywell Johnson, 17300 Riverstone Drive, Lutz. Commissioners, I have lived in this neighborhood for 30 years. We have a large group of people here. We have been fighting as far as the development of this property. We would not be opposed to something like an office or something in that nation. But I do know firsthand, I was called by the person that Barbara, I believe, represents, and I was told that this was going to be a gas station / car wash. Okay, we cannot have a gas station car wash within our neighborhood. I do know that the 3 people that are adjacent to this property, and 2 of them are here today, okay, never got notices of any sort about this property being rezoned and anything of that nature. You have 2 people here today that currently bought within the last 6 months, which would not have purchased if they would have known that this could be a gas station coming into our neighborhood. The side street for delivery trucks, gas stations, it's hard enough now when somebody comes in, a UPS comes into the neighborhood to try to turn around because the streets are so narrow. Can you imagine thousands of cars, as they have already stated, that would be coming in and out on this side street? That is the only way that we have to get in and out of our neighborhood. So I'm asking for the commissioners to please deny the comp plan at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the clerk.
My name is Jennifer Robertson. My address is 17245 Riverstone Drive, Lutz, Florida 32558. And I'd like you to look at the intersection using their map that they gave you and the adjacent across the street and all of the other at Ballantree and Bexley. The road is a double wide road. They have gas stations there right across the street. There's no reason to have a gas station where we are. The new neighborhood that's being built right next to us is called Cypress Ranch. There is already planned to be commercial at that location. There is also a freestanding car wash. There's a gas station going in there. So we don't need 5 gas stations within a mile. Also, right at that intersection, at the bottom half of that There is a school bus stop for elementary school and also high school and middle school. That collects children. There are a lot of children in this neighborhood. Any kind of heavy commercial, you're going to have cars that are not only going to stop in the business, they will go into the neighborhood and explore the neighborhood, which would be a detriment to any of our kids in the neighborhood. I know that they want you to believe that our neighborhood, that our road is wide enough and just the same as the entrance to Bexley. It's just the same as the entrance to Ballantree. But I know that some of you commissioners, including Commissioner Stark, have been within our neighborhood, and they do know that our neighborhood is very much a rural neighborhood, and we would like to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the clerk.
Jessica Stempian, 1102 Wildwood Lane, Lutz, Florida, 33558. I have been a resident of Sierra Pines for over 35 years. I grew up on Woodfield Court, now raising my family on Wildwood Lane. Wildwood Lane is one of the main roads that people use to cut through our neighborhood from Highway 54 to Lake Kern and vice versa. I'm opposed to this comp plan amendment mainly because I feel like it's a safety issue for 3 reasons. 1, we have no sidewalks, nor do we have room to put sidewalks. A lot of our residents use our roads for walking, riding bike, to catch the bus. I believe that approving the comp plan amendment will increase the traffic in the area and put our residents at risk. 2, Highway 54 is the only access for emergency vehicles into our neighborhood. They cannot access our neighborhood from Lutz Lake Fern. That is Hillsborough County. I believe if you increase the traffic in this area, you're going to increase congestion and slow down emergency access to our residents, especially those in Sierra Pines. And 3, visibility is an issue at this intersection. It is way lower than Highway 54. In fact, there was a serious accident at this intersection last week. I believe somebody was airlifted, right?
Yes.
Increasing the traffic there is going to increase the potential for accidents. In fact, Commissioner Starkey proposed raising Meadowbrook Drive. She's aware of that issue. We are not opposed, like Mr. Pressman said, to commercial development. We are not opposed to private property rights. We are asking commissioners to consider our safety and to deny this comp plan amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the clerk.
Hello, it's Mark Alarte, 2406 Meadowbrook Drive, Lutz, Florida. I'm actually going to be directly impacted as the site at hand is directly across the street from my house. I'm a father of a 9 and 7-year-old, so you can imagine paying north of approximately $400,000 for a house to have a gas station or an alternate use put there is unfavorable and of course unsafe. Additionally, it'll set the precedence for the adjacent property to also become a commercial use and of course negatively impact the value and of course the stability of what we expected to have. I'm very familiar. I came to Pasco approximately 6-7 years ago to lead the true simulation efforts, and many of you know me as FIDI. So I am very familiar. I've worked with many of you and to make true simulation what it is. So I just ask that you consider that we moved to Meadowbrook specifically because of the exclusivity of having a rural, very quiet neighborhood, and this would detrimentally impact the way of life that we're expecting to have there. And again, setting a negative precedence moving forward. So again, I appreciate you guys' consideration to oppose the C2 consideration to. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi.
Name and address for the clerk.
Judy Florzik, 17270 Raintree Road, Lutz. My husband and I submitted two for ourselves, and my sister and brother-in-law submitted 2 letters. I hope you have them. I won't read them, but they are in-depth about our objection to this proposal. We've recently purchased our forever home in retirement at the corner of Raintree and Rainbow Lane. Our backyard and back door is in plain view of the parcels that are being proposed for development. We object to the use of gas station or anything that is intrusive use of that land. We are certainly not opposed to dental land use as suggested, businesses that would be our safety concerns. I'm a senior, my husband is a senior. Meadowbrook Drive. I walk it, we bike it, we walk our grandchildren, our pets. There are no sidewalks. More traffic, Meadowbrook Drive at the entrance and on down the way is going to be a serious safety concern for me, and I would imagine a lot of other people. We're also concerned about the noise pollution, the 24/7 lights, the dumpsters, I'm sorry, but gas station stuff, litter, anything else that happens. I think that's an extremely intrusive use of that land, especially because it is residential. I didn't move into that area to be subject to that kind of commercial activity. So I would respectfully request that you deny this petition. Thank you.
And I'm her husband, Robert Florzik, at the same address, and I respectfully request you deny this.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Feinstein, if they had letters.
Hi, my name is
I don't
Patty
do both.
Kaler. I reside at 17285 Raintree Road, Lutz, Florida, 33558. I have lived there for almost 5 years with my 2 little girls, 12 and 10 years old, and it is our little piece of heaven in a world of chaos. Please don't allow this to happen. We do not want a gas station on the corner. The light was actually put in for safety reasons. It doesn't make it a it doesn't make it a commercial intersection just because a safety light was put in. It was mainly because of all the accidents that people have been talking about at that corner. So again, keep it peaceful, keep it quiet in our neighborhood. I have goats across the street. I have chickens in my backyard, and it is our little piece of heaven. So please keep it that way. Thanks so much.
Ma'am, I need your name real quick. I just need her name.
Ma'am?
I want to,
Ma'am,
what was her name?
have her come back.
Hi, my
I
name
just
is
need her
Megan
name.
Grayson.
Wait a
I
minute.
live at
Wait a
17360
minute.
Riverstone Drive. And
Wait a
again, I
minute.
also
Can they hear us?
oppose the comp.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Amanda, yes.
Ask the lady that was there before you to come back and give us her name again. Give
Oh,
it-
sure. My name is Patricia Kaler,
Okay.
Cayle. I reside at 17285 Raintree Road.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, thanks.
Now-
Thank you, sir.
Now, start over again and repeat your name and address for the clerk.
Yes, my name is Amanda Grayson, and I live at 17360 Riverstone Drive in Lutz. So I'm opposed to it. My husband and I bought the house 7 years ago. We thought this was going to be our dream home. I'm a 4th generation Lutz, from Lutz, yes. I grew up here. I've seen all the changes, and I am just bewildered at everything that is going on. And then the fact that our community is right on 54. There is no buffer. We are not a mile off. We are not half a mile off. We are on 54. And so this is now going to be an intrusion into our community, let alone everything going on right behind our home with the Cypress Ranch development. We are concerned about foot traffic from outside people. There is a bus stop down the road. We don't want just, people walking down the sidewalks that y'all put in and coming into our community, straying through. We don't want to see an increase in crime because of this. But we don't have we don't have a wall between us. We just don't have much of a buffer between us and let's call it the outside world. We are a little
community. We have chickens. Where else can you find 2 acres of residential, agricultural residential in Lutz? You can. It's all gone. It's all parceled up where there's 10 homes on one itty bitty little acre. And so we're just asking that you would respect this decision and our little bit of country land that we have. And we are also on a shallow well. Our home was built in the 1970s, and anything that's going to go there is going to impact our well potentially. Either dry it up, or it could be something that's going to leak in. I am constantly checking it. I have a 3.5-year-old, a 1.5-year-old, and a baby on the way. We all drink well water. And that's one of the questions that they ask for the pediatricians is, are you on well water, potential land contamination, or other contaminations? And so I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Name and
Yes, sir.
address for the clerk.
I was doing that, if you will give me a moment. My name is Jody Riddle, 17535 Wellfield Court, Lutz 33558. As stated by Jessica, the road that we have into and out of our subdivision of Meadowbrook is, again, our only source for emergency vehicles to come in. On my street alone, I've had the ambulance there twice in 2 weeks. Our roads are so small that the ambulance has to go to the end of the street to turn around to go out. They cannot back out. So how is a tanker truck supposed to pull out and go across 2 lanes and try and turn left to go back out and not go into someone's yard? How are you going to stop the litter, the contamination, and everything, as they said, that's associated with this business? How are you going to do that? Are you looking, maybe, everyone on the council to, build up your coffers, hoping that we all get tired of what you're doing to us and we all get rid of our land, and then you can come in and suck it up and put 10 houses on an acre? Is that what you want us to do? Because we're not going anywhere. You may not like it, but we're not going anywhere. And you need to start respecting us as human beings and young women that are having babies to keep their wells clean. That's what you have to do. You're a human being. And if it was going into your front yard or your backyard, would you vote for it? No, because your property value would go down, and that's not what you want, and we don't want it either. So don't put these things on us. We don't need another gas station or a car wash or any of that. And the traffic. People are going to not know how to get out. They're going to turn right, they're going to drive around the neighborhood and get lost because they don't know how to get out. And then, again, more traffic and people in our neighborhood we don't need. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Lois Schweitzer. Lois Schweitzer, I reside at 17300 Riverstone Drive in Lutz, 33558. I also work in Lutz, actually Land O'Lakes, but right next to Lutz. I'm a traffic control officer at the school. Now, I know the school's not impacted by this, but I come in that development 2 and 3 times a day. Do you know how many cars drive around me because the light's too long and shoot in that neighborhood? You're gonna have a lot of traffic coming out, and they're all on their phones, and they're all not paying attention. The first thing you know, you're gonna have accidents. What happens if one of them accidents contains one of them tanks loaded with gasoline? Now, we have gasoline in our well water, and in our water is going into our wells. We need to maintain our area the way it is. Them roads are too small, they have no sidewalks, and we don't need any more congestion in that area, or you're gonna have more helicopters flying in to take dead people out, and that's what it comes down to. There's been a lot of bad traffic accidents at that intersection. Yes, the light is there. Half the time it's flashing yellow. It doesn't stop anybody from stopping. They cut across in front of everybody. So that's what I'm saying. Just beware, the people living there have been there many years, and they don't need this intrusion into their neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Congressmen and women. I'm Brandon Grayson. I reside thank you for that. Congressmen and women.
And women.
My name is Brandon Grayson. I reside at 17360 Riverstone Drive, Lutz, Florida 33558. And I want to respect you for your position. I thank you for the decisions that you have to make on a daily basis that require this much thought. And there were a lot of points today that were brought up that that will take a lot of thought. And I caution you, because we reside here. I know y'all don't necessarily, but if you could put yourselves in our shoes, the wells have been brought up time and again, and I want to second that, because as my wife stated, we're bringing up a third child now, and not only do our wells, we drink from our wells, but I feed our fruit trees and bushes from our wells, and if those are contaminated, well, it's going to be contaminating the fruit that we are now consuming, so it's double fold. And I know this has nothing to do with this proposed, but the Cypress Ranch, there is going to be commercial buildings 1, 2, and 3 right behind our home that we don't want to see the same for the entrance of our community. And we respect your decisions. We're praying that it is an office rather than a C2. And we thank you very much for your decision. Have a blessed day.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Sloan, and I live at 1713 Gunlock Road. And I just concur with the neighbors and citizens that have expressed their concerns and ask you to consider denying for the reasons that are already expressed. There are 2 points I'd like to reiterate. A couple people spoke about access, and one of the issues is that when people come into our neighborhood, they don't know how to find their way out often. And I don't live on a cul-de-sac, but I live basically on an elbow into a cul-de-sac, and we've had issues with large trucks being unable to turn around. And we've had to actually get neighbors and help, and even a semi-truck that got literally stuck. They thought that they could get access to Mettler-Toledo, and their Google Maps was wrong. So this is a considerable issue. It's an issue of practicality as well. People come in the neighborhood and they can't find their way back out of the neighborhood. So the traffic concerns are very real. They're ongoing right now, but they'll be amplified tenfold or 100-fold if a gas station is put in there. You know that people are not going to be able to make a left, and they'll wind up coming into our neighborhood and bringing some of the concerns the neighbors already expressed. So I just wanted to reiterate that. My son sent me a message and said, just be myself. So as being myself, I'm asking you to please consider, this of your fellow citizens and Pasco County residents, and preserve one of the few vibrant places, open spaces that we have left in our county that hopefully serves as a jewel that you would want to preserve and not throw away. I would also like to say that we do not have the luxury of the newer developments to put in a buffer. You already saw that. I won't go over those points again, but the signage, the lack of the buffers creates added confusion for the traffic and identification and preservation of the neighborhood and the safety of its residents. And on that note, I'll also say the well water is important because I want to continue to get thank you for the Starfruit, Brandon.
Thank you.
My name's Christy Honeywell. I reside at 20341 Moss Branch Court in Lutz, Florida. I grew up in this neighborhood for my entire life, and one of the points I didn't hear anybody bring up is right there on the corner of Raintree and Meadowbrook Drive is a school bus stop that kids get picked on a daily basis and dropped off there. So I would like to just have you guys imagine people flying through that street with no sidewalks, with kids getting on and off the bus on a daily basis. So, and I concur with everything everybody else said. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Hello, my name is Yolanda Hodges.
and I'm on 2338 Meadowbrook Drive, Lutz, Florida, 33558. I'm actually one of the neighbors that direct impact this. The new owner as well. I moved here with my 2 kids, thinking that this is going to be my forever home and peace for me and my kids, and I don't agree with this. I am very sad that I found out about this after I closed my home. I closed my home on January 29, and 2 weeks later, one of my neighbors came to my door and informed me about this, and I thought that I was gonna have peace for me and my children, and now I'm concerned about my safety and my children's as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak? Okay.
My name is Linda Schalk. I live at 17350 Riverstone Drive in Lutz. My husband sent a letter in which you probably will be reading into the record at a later point in time. And so I don't have much additional to say other than what the neighbor said, other than gas stations or laundry cleaners are known for leakage as well as dumping things that they shouldn't dump in the back of their properties. Right up against this property that they want to have changed is the Sandy Branch tributary. And that takes water eventually from there, it goes under State Road 54 and eventually winds up in the Anclote River. Can you imagine a gasoline leak? Other than our wells being contaminated, it's also going to contaminate drinking water for many other people down the line. It also goes into, I believe, the South Branch tributary, which goes off into Pinellas County. But just in our neighborhood alone, a gasoline leak could just destroy all the homes, the wells, the values of the property. It can make homes valueless even. So my husband's letter will explain some other issues that we have, so that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
There's no one else at the kiosk.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wilhite?
I have emails to read too.
Oh, wait a minute, got some emails?
Yes.
What you got? Are the emails of people that just spoke?
So 9 emails submitted for requesting to be read to Miss Judy Florski, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, and her husband Robert, Florczzyk. They spoke.
Oh, you don't have to read it.
He clearly didn't use 3 minutes.
He did not.
No, they didn't, and he didn't.
I'm just letting you know.
I would read the husband's
Okay. Read the husband's letter.
record. They requested it just because he said he concurred with his wife. I don't think that
Fulfilled his, yeah.
request that.
Okay.
Right, so I have 8 emails then, total to
How
read.
many?
8,
8?
yes.
Okay.
Okay. So the first one is from Robert, I'm going to spell the last name Florczzyk, 17270 Raintree Road, Lutz, Florida. To whom it may concern, the current issue to consider high-traffic commercial land use at the entrance of 54 and Meadowbrook Estates is disturbing. A heavy traffic business would turn the main street of a quiet residential neighborhood into an unsafe thoroughfare. My wife frequently walks our small Yorkie and baby carriage down Meadowbrook Drive. She waves to everyone and gets much-needed exercise as she travels 1 mile down the road to visit her sister. If you allow a plan to develop the entrance of our community for any business that causes fast and frequent traffic flow down the primary road of our neighborhood, it will, in my opinion, cause regretful loss of use for our community. Myself, I am concerned with any business established that maintains outside normal daytime business hours. I didn't retire to this property to pick up trash and worry about break-ins. I live on the corner of Raintree and Rainbow, 1 block from the proposed development site. If any commercial businesses causes intrusive use with unsightly dumpsters, heavily lighted parking lots, and loud noise of any kind after 9 p.m. and before 6 a.m., I will be more than considerably damaged and inconvenienced. I imagine many in the immediate vicinity of the entrance to Meadowbrook Drive will feel the same way. While I am retired and have plenty of time to complain to whomever I need to hear my concerns, that is not the way I wanted a peaceful retirement. I wanted to peacefully retire. My investment in this property, which I just purchased in September 2020, is substantial. I was not aware of any land use change issues being proposed at that time. If I had been made aware, I would not have relocated to this address. I am more than upset about potential loss of security, loss of sleep, and a decrease in my property value if any intrusive land use at the entrance of this residential neighborhood is approved. Isn't there anywhere else to locate such high traffic, long hour businesses at State Road 54? Has anyone considered the hundreds of vehicles emitting carbon monoxide at the entrance of our residential agriculture neighborhood? Our beautiful wildlife will have to move on. I would sincerely appreciate your consideration of limiting the commercial land use to Route 54 at Meadowbrook Drive for purposes that are consistent with the current low-key residential uses atmosphere. Thank you. Next email is from Michael Killian, 17501 Cedar Loop, Lutz, Florida. To whom it may concern, I moved my family to Meadowbrook Sierra Pines area to enjoy the peaceful country neighborhood. This neighborhood allowed me to have the serenity as well as be near the growing array of businesses being developed in this area of Pasco County. I have pets that can roam free in my yard without worry, and I feel very safe. I love my home. I am concerned about the unconditional land use proposed for parcels at the entrance of our neighborhood because this residential neighborhood is not structured to accommodate high traffic businesses and other problems that could come from high commercial establishments. I was surprised to hear that this land was being considered for anything other than gentle business services. Will the future developers be required to consider a costly negative impact on the residents of this neighborhood if traffic is pushed into the Meadowbrook Sierra Pines residential community and becomes a cut-through to West Lutz Lake Fern Road? Will we be compensated for the serious change in use of our primary road and lifestyle? The traffic that could potentially route itself through the neighborhood will be hazardous to the residents and could cause security concerns for many. While I don't live at the entrance of Meadowbrook at Route 54, I can certainly appreciate the other negative impacts to those who do and myself as I battle my way out to go to work if a high-traffic type business is established on either corner. Your consideration to limit the land use to businesses that would truly add value to the area and not negatively impact an established residential neighborhood would be greatly appreciated. I don't believe we are lacking convenience stores or gas stations. They have already been established elsewhere and are plentiful and easy to access. Regards. Next letter is from Joanne Killian, 17501 Cedar Loop, Lutz, Florida. To whom it may concern, approximately 2 years ago, my husband and I left the city of Tampa to escape the many attributes of a busy city area. We located our new home to Cedar Loop in Lutz because it allowed us to have a much larger property with peaceful atmosphere. We are now faced with the front door of our neighborhood potentially lit up with gas station traffic, noise, debris, litter, and loitering. I am voicing my objection. If this intersection would benefit from a gas station, it might be harder to argue with. However, there is no shortage of gas stations in this area, and the entrance to our Meadowbrook Sierra Pines neighborhood is hardly conducive to this type of business. It is a private residential neighborhood, not a high-volume rental unit community. Many residents in this community have pets that live outside. I'm extremely concerned about their safety for a few reasons. Traffic, noise, and potential curiosity to torment or feed our animals is a huge concern. My husband and I both work and use Meadowbrook Drive to enter and exit the neighborhood. It's the only option. Increased traffic caused by any heavy volume business at that intersection would negatively impact our daily commute and take away precious time in our schedule. A gas station or any other business that creates high traffic, high noise, and personal safety issues should be disallowed. The land use at the entrance to our residential neighborhood would be better suited for mild traffic to professional services. Thank you for your consideration. Next email is from James Collins. Address is 2345 Meadowbrook Drive, Lutz, Florida. This is in reference to the proposed comp plan amendment being considered by the BCC. I strongly oppose the CPA, which would produce increased traffic congestion, not to mention increased noise and light pollution, like a gas station, for instance. I live right next door to the subject parcel the last 20 years, and I've seen firsthand the congestion that builds at the Meadowbrook SR intersection. Thus, the FLU should not include commercial activities such as gas stations, auto repair, dry cleaners, and those commercial activities that would increase noise and light pollution as well as excessive traffic. James Collins. Okay. Next email is from Lynn Morrissey. Address is 17278 Raintree Road. This is in regards to the March 23rd meeting to discuss the comp plan amendment related to the property at the State Road 54 and Meadowbrook Road. I request that a Pasco County representative read this letter to the BCC during the meeting. Thank you. My name is Lynn Morrissey. I live on Raintree Road within the Meadowbrook Estates neighborhood for the past 5 years. We have seen tremendous growth in the area in these years, most being positive improvements. I'm open to growth in this area, but in a well thought out manner. I believe the amendment to the comp plan to change the parcel at the corner of 54 and Meadowbrook to commercial will have detrimental effects to our neighborhood. I am opposed to the change to the comp plan to commercial and am subsequent rezoning to C2 zoning. I believe any change to the comp plan I believe any change to the comp plan to allow commercial would have adverse impacts to the traffic pattern in and out of the neighborhood. Meadowbrook Road is the only entrance and exit to the neighborhood. With the widening of 54, we have seen a significant increase in traffic and accidents in the area. My fear is that any high traffic commercial use, such as gas stations, will completely clog the only entrance exit to our neighborhood. We are an older neighborhood and do not have any space between the subject parcels and our homes, unlike newer neighborhoods in the area. As a result, we will have significant noise and light pollution from the commercial development. Gas stations operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year. I don't believe planting trees to offset the noise and lights would be sufficient to offset this impact. In addition, Meadowbrook Estates is on well water, and I'm fearful that high traffic retail, especially a gas station, will put our water at risk. Again, I am not against progress, but hope the progress can proceed in a well thought out manner. If the committee still feels the need to amend the comp plan allowing commercial use, I would hope the committee would consider only those businesses that conform to the neighborhood appearing residential in nature and the minimal traffic implications, i.e. professional offices. Again, please keep in mind the Meadowbrook Estates is an older community without the road systems in place to support the high traffic commercial that C2 zoning would bring. We are not a Bexley or Ballantrae. Thank you for your time and consideration. Next email is from Charles Hoffman. Address is 17340 Riverstone Drive, Lutz, Florida. I, Charles Hoffman of 17340 Riverstone Drive, Lutz, Florida, Pasco County, Florida, strongly oppose any such commercial rezoning to the subject parcels for the following reasons. Safety. A, the current intersection is not designed correctly for current use, and further commercial activity will increase our residential risk of entering and exiting our community. B, in conjunction with the traffic increase, we currently have obstruction of view obstruction of view verified by Pasco County DOT due to Highway 54 being elevated above Meadowbrook. C, the elevation has also made our entrance unusable, blocked due to flooding, which the county has been aware of for years and still fails at correcting the poor engineering. D, our current egress model is not adequate and adding more traffic can jeopardize emergency travel. Water, safety, quality. A, commercial use in any form that would allow contaminants into the groundwater or drainage can jeopardize our already fragile aquifer, which feeds our wells. B, the drainage adjacent to the property feeds major tributaries throughout the county. Pitlacucci and Anclo could be affected. Water drainage. A, the drainage adjacent to the subject parcels is already overwhelmed and not maintained in a timely fashion. Current flow situation is poor and improvements have been on the table for years, but money is never available, even though the boom in residential commercial development should have increased money available from impact fees alone. Establish neighborhood respect. A, at this time, our neighborhood consensus is that Pasco County does not take into account of the effects of the surrounding development. Although we continue to pay our taxes, which continue to increase beyond any added value to us, the county allows flooding, traffic safety, traffic planning, quality of community, and our overall safety to be sacrificed. Most of us realize the property will be developed commercially as it is no longer attractive from a residential standpoint. But we, the community, request that you consider the impact to our established neighborhood and do the right thing and not only make an educated and responsible decision on rezoning, but also move forward with correcting the issues we currently have before adding more burden. This is the case with Highway 54 corridor. The infrastructure cannot support the development. I strongly oppose any development at Meadowbrook 54 until the road evaluation, drainage, and intersection engineering is fixed adequately. And next letter is from Bill Schalk. It is SCHALCK. Address is 17350 Riverstone Drive, Lutz, Florida. I have been a resident in Meadowbrook Estates subdivision since 1980. I object to this amendment to the comprehensive land use plan to change this parcel from Res 3 to commercial for the following reasons. This land use change would allow heavy commercial uses such as gas stations, car washes, vehicle repair, garage, dry cleaners, pawn shops, and many other heavy commercial businesses. We now know that the intended use for this parcel is a gas station per a pending contract contingent upon this change. This parcel is the very first residential lot at the entrance to Meadowbrook Estates subdivision. There is not a long road between State Road 54 and the first house or entrance to the homes. Like Ballantrae and Bexley, where they have a long road between the commercial corner at 54 and the entrance to any homes. In this case, there is a house directly across the street from this parcel. Safety issues. All homes in Meadowbrook Estates are on wells. Allowing any commercial use, particularly a gas station or dry cleaners known for leakage and environmental contamination, can contaminate many, if not all, of the residents' drinking water with carcinogens. This could also make their homes worthless. There is a school bus stop just a half block away from this parcel, which would make it very dangerous for children, not knowing who may accidentally or intentionally turn into the neighborhood instead of turning left on State Road 54 from the proposed entrance exit on Meadowbrook Drive. Traffic concerns. There is already a traffic problem at this intersection with residents of Meadowbrook Estates, 85 plus or minus homes, and Sierra Pine subdivisions at the south, which is 350 plus or minus homes, plus school buses trying to exit onto State Road 54. Traffic backs up at the light because Meadowbrook Drive into Meadowbrook Estates is one lane and in and one lane out with a very short left turn lane. Traffic from a commercial business will only make the problem worse. With a gas station on the corner parcel, it would mean gasoline tankers, trucks, dump trucks, delivery trucks, and all other vehicular traffic exiting directly into the neighborhood rather than exiting onto State Road 54. Miscellaneous. Contrary to a statement made by Ms. Will Height, representative of Kitty Campus, at the Planning Commission hearing on 3/18/21, that there was only one gas station on State Road 54 between the Suncoast Parkway and Collier Parkway. There are actually 5 gas stations in this area, 2 of which are within a half-mile of the intersection of Meadowbrook Drive and State Road 54. While it may be inevitable that the lots facing State Road 54 in Meadowbrook Estates, including this parcel, could be changed to some type of commercial status in the future, I hope that any change would not allow any heavy commercial businesses. I ask that the commissioners please vote not to approve the request change to the comprehensive land use plan at this time. Thank you. And I believe this is the last email. It is sent in by Daniel Honeywell. No address provided. To all of the board, I wanted to attend in person, but currently I am on a plane traveling home from Colorado. My name is Daniel Honeywell Jr., and here's his address. I own a home at 17289 Raintree in Meadowbrook Estates subdivision. I grew up and have lived in the neighborhood for 30 years since I was 6 years of age. My family owns several homes in the neighborhood, and 5 years ago I sold my home on Gladstoneberry, located in Meadowbrook, and built my new home next to my mother's home. I wanted my kids to grow up in the same neighborhood that I did. This neighborhood is all about family. I am pleading with the board to deny the comp plan for this property. We cannot have commercial in our neighborhood where our kids ride their bikes and play. Never mind the delivery trucks, gas trucks, and everything that goes along with gas stations. We are aware that this is what wants to go into the property. It will be literally destroyed in our neighborhood. It will literally destroy our neighborhood and the values of our home. I'm concerned with the underground gas tanks directly in the vicinity of our wells where we get our drinking water. Can you imagine the loitering that happens at convenience stores and gas stations? Would you want that within your neighborhood and around your children? We already have issues with traffic, even though we finally got a traffic light. We fought for years to get a light just to get in and out of our neighborhood. It is a small 2-lane residential road that cannot handle any more traffic. So now the county is saying because we put a light in, we can have commercial C2 zoning directly within our neighborhood. Please remember this has a Meadowbrook address, not State Road 54. The exit for this parcel will remain on Meadowbrook Drive. I am pleading to please deny the comp plan so the C2 cannot go into my neighborhood. It will destroy our neighborhood and the value of my home. Please deny PDD 0226. Thank you. That's it
That's it?
for this item.
Okay. Ms. Wilhite for rebuttal.
Yes. Does staff have my PowerPoint?
Okay.
Thank you. So I would like, we do have our transportation engineer, Mike Razor, on the line. Mike, are you there?
I'm here, Barbara.
Could you please provide some perspective and responses regarding, what you've done to review the access and the transportation issues?
Sure. And for the record, Michael Daniel Razor with Razor Transportation Consulting. Today's hearing is regarding the comp plan and land use, so I'll start with that. That requires a transportation needs assessment. That study was prepared by my office and dated October 27th of 2020. It was approved by staff on January 20th of 2021. That evaluated the collector and arterial roadways in vicinity of the site, which would be the adjacent segments of State Road 54 and Meadowbrook Drive to the north, as Meadowbrook Drive to the south is not one of the regulated roadway segments. It was identified through that analysis that either with or without this comprehensive plan land use amendment, those two roads would operate at level of service D, therefore being acceptable. We also prepared a timing and phasing analysis to accompany the Euclidean rezoning application for C2. Given that the rezoning is Euclidean in nature, it does not include a site plan, it does not include a specific use, and it does not include a specific site access. So therefore, our study relied upon the Land Development Code's reasonable yield calculation, which resulted in just under 30,000 square feet of commercial land use. And that reasonable yield calculation does happen to trend worst case as it takes the area of the site, multiplies it by the maximum floor area ratio with a small departure from that. The study assumed one potential reasonable access scenario, which consisted of a right-in from State Road 54 and a full access to Meadowbrook, which happens to provide for a worst-case scenario in regard to both Meadowbrook Drive and its intersection with State Road 54. In that, all traffic exiting this potentially commercial parcel or parcels would have been assigned to Meadowbrook Drive, again, for the purpose of a worst-case scenario where only during site plan permitting would we get to the specifics on the actual use, its actual trips, and its actual access configurations. But again, study we've done thus far relied on the reasonable yield calculation for the LDC as is appropriate for Euclidean zoning. The findings indicated that the signalized intersection at 54 will continue to operate acceptably in regard to the Pasco County's transportation performance standards as defined in the Land Development Code. So therefore, that finding states that under today's conditions, that intersection operates acceptably for the county standards and will continue to do so based on the assumption of 30,000 square feet with all of that exiting to Meadowbrook Drive. And I do realize where the neighborhood folks would say that, well, it's not adequate, we have long wait times and whatnot, but we have to remember that this is a signalized intersection on State Road 54, which is one of, if not the most heavily traveled corridors in the county, and any traffic signal on State Road 54, the minor street is going to wait to access that roadway facility predetermined based on FDOT setting the priority on throughput on State Road 54. Meadowbrook Drive, south of State Road 54, was reconstructed and improved by FDOT in 2016 as part of the improvements to State Road 54 at that time, including the 6-lane widening and the signalization of the intersection at Meadowbrook. Those limits are from State Road 54 south to the creek along the project site frontage about 350 feet more or less. Within that segment, the lanes are 12 foot in width, therefore they meet and exceed the required standard by the county, which would be 11 feet in this case. So they're 12-foot lanes within a 60-foot right-of-way. While there is not sidewalks within this right-of-way, there would be if the county chose to do so. There is additional room available within that cross-section. Further to the south, there's a 2-lane section, so there would be 36 feet of additional pavement, 18 feet more or less on either side. And as you approach State Road 54, there would be approximately 12 feet on either side because there are separate left and right turning lanes, increasing that cross-section to a 3-lane cross-section at 54. As part of our substandard road analysis, it was found that this segment of Meadowbrook Drive, which would potentially be relied upon by this particular project if it was to have a full access connection to Meadowbrook Drive, was found to meet the county's roadway standards in consideration of LDC 901.4. Also to note, in my professional opinion, it is highly unlikely and atypical for non-residents to turn right into the neighborhood onto Meadowbrook Drive. It was stated that Meadowbrook is the sole means of access to Meadowbrook Estates. I believe it was Sierra or Pine Bluff. And that's true in regard to State Road 54. However, there was also a comment regarding neighborhood intrusion due to a cut-through route to Lutz Lake Fern Road. So maybe a couple different perspectives there, but I will say that Lutz Lake Fern Road is approximately 4 miles more or less to the south using 7 different streets. So it's a highly circuitous route with most of those roads being front-loaded with residential, single-family residential. That would conclude what I had planned on presenting, but of course I will be here for any questions in regard to traffic.
Thank you, Mike. So let me go on with my presentation. Just wanted to summarize some of the planning items.
Barbara?
As you know, I'm also a land use.
Wait.
Yes?
I do have a question for the transportation guy, if you don't mind. Because I I recall this very similar, somewhat similar discussion when the McDonald's was wanting to come in on State Road 54 in front of Country Place, and they were going to share the driveway with the entrance to Country Place, which is how you get in there. You turn left into the entrance to Country Place, then you turn right into the McDonald's. And the residents of Country Place were very, very concerned that they would all die in car crashes and not be able to get into their house. And so we had a very similar experience like this today. And so I drive that area frequently. I've never seen a backup. I don't know of any accidents there in front of Country Place. And I've never seen people make U-turns, which I think the residents were really afraid they were going to drive into their community. People are concerned that if there's C2 on that corner, that there's going to be more traffic into the neighborhood. Is there any science that shows that, any data that shows that because there's a use out on 54, their neighborhood becomes commercialized as well?
Was that the question, Commissioner?
Yeah, will more people
Okay, so
be driving through their neighborhood?
Sure. In my experience, no, that does not happen. It's more of a perceptive fear at the onset of change, which does not materialize into actual neighborhood intrusion. If you can imagine this particular corner, once it is developed, it would be very evident as to where State Road 54 is in regard to this particular site. Anyone that would turn right into the neighborhood, not every single vehicle, but the great majority would be residents returning home. It would be, like I said in my initial presentation, based on my experience, it would be very atypical for traffic to enter the neighborhood for no purpose.
Right, thank you.
Okay. All right, Barbara.
Would you like me to proceed? Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Barbara Wilhite. I previously gave my address. Before I start, I would just again like to say this is the land use amendment. It's a land use amendment to COMM, C-O-M-M. As we kind of touched on before, the rezoning still has to go back before your planning commission to make a recommendation to you. Consistent with COMM could be CO1, CO2, C1, C2. All of those uses can be done in the COMM land use. And so those decisions are in front of you and in front of your planning commission. But let me go through, for the land use amendment, why the land use amendment, as your staff has very thoughtfully put forward, why the land use amendment is consistent with your comprehensive plan and actually follows your comprehensive plan pretty clearly. I too am a land use attorney and an expert in planning through all of my years, including my years writing this comprehensive plan for you. So I bring that forward, that expertise forward, and take that obligation very seriously. When I look at the comp plan, I don't cherry pick policies. I don't take a policy, I don't take a goal and make it a policy. I don't take an objective and make it a policy. Policies are implemented by the code. And so you have a very structured comp plan, even though sometimes when people present to you, they do away with all the structure. So let me go through the actual why this project is consistent with the comp plan and why this is a location for the commercial use that's being proposed. The other thing I would say is that you all know that I'm a very transparent person. I'm always forthcoming. I don't misrepresent things. And I was asked about the use at Planning Commission, and because comp planning and zoning isn't person specific, we'll always answer with, you were making a decision on, in that case, they were considering C2. They were a step ahead of where this hearing is. But the question was asked about a specific use, and I said, and they asked me about gas station, convenience store gas station, I said that's a likely use in this location. It's a C2 use, it's a likely use. My testimony regarding gas stations in the area were limited to south side of 54, Mr. Razor can explain that when people access gas stations, they access and turn right in. They don't want to cross over to another side. When they're driving eastbound on State Road 54, they want to turn right. And there is no gas station from Suncoast Parkway to Collier Boulevard. There is no existing gas station on the south side, miles and miles of roadway. So with that kind of as a backdrop, let me go into my presentation and try to walk you through my thoughts on this. This parcel is located in your South Market area, your urban concentration area. What you will recall about the presentations that you received regarding the neighborhood, you heard about the neighborhood. But what you didn't see really a perspective given is that this property fronts on 54, which is a 6-lane arterial highway. It's located at a signalized intersection approximately 3/4 of a quarter of a mile east of the Suncoast Parkway. The second light from the Suncoast Parkway. There's no other commercial uses at this signalized intersection, and it's an underutilization of the county's and the FDOT's investment in infrastructure at this location. It's a big deal for the FDOT to do improvements, as Mr. Razor stated, that were done by FDOT to signalize and improve this intersection, including Meadowbrook Drive. And if you think about it from a planning perspective, if you underutilize your signalized intersections along a arterial roadway, a 6-lane arterial roadway, you are going to cause demand for more signalized intersections. That's why you have vocational criteria in your comp plan. We're very specific about that. So as I put in that last slide there, you're going to have pressure to locate these at other non-signalized intersections if you don't fully utilize your signalized intersections on State Road 54. Next slide. The property is currently zoned AR, but I think it's really important to look at the AR zoning district. It tells you about how you structure your zoning and your comp planning. So the AR zoning district talks about curbing urban development areas with lack facilities until such time as those facilities are available. It's very clear that the conditions have changed since these properties were zoned AR1 back many years ago. All the facilities are at this location: water, sewer, signalized intersections, 6-lane arterial roadway. So your own zoning code recognizes the limitations of AR, and that it doesn't mean it can't change. It's actually understood right in your zoning district that the area will change until facilities become available. It's only natural that growth follows your infrastructure and your investments. Next slide. This is the comp plan policy that Ms. Tyler went over with you, 1.6.2. I noticed very clearly that there was a lack of any presentation by Mr. Pressman or Ms. Ortiz about this policy. And they didn't have, I've not seen the section of this particular policy that they present today. This policy is very unusual to your comp plan construction. This policy specifically directs where you want a particular land use. I can't think of any other situation that's so specific in your comp plan about where a land use should occur. And so when you look at this policy, we strictly comply with this policy, 1.6.2.A. This policy is adjacent to an existing collector arterial roadway intersection. 1.6.2B, as Ms. Tyler said, the only TC designation is over on Metro's property on Curly and Overpass. And 1.6.2C, this is not strip development, this is at a node. And the south boundary is county property, and the north and eastern boundaries are roads. Per that policy, the subject property is the location. Per your policy, your own comp plan, your own directives, your subject property is the location for C2 commercial uses. Next slide. You've also heard about transitional land uses and residential compatibility. Read some excerpts of language, but if you look at 1.4.3 and 1.6.3 and Exhibit 2.2, COM is a compatible transitional land use through compliance with your code, and also In addition to your code, is we proposed and we're working with planning commission on a deed restriction for the property. Comply with 1.4.4. Policies are implemented by your land development code. You as the board take a policy that you put in place and you determine how you're going to implement it in actual regulations. And you have a whole plethora of regulations that will apply to this parcel. Buffering, building height, lighting, on-site parking, stacking, loading, outside refuse storage, food, landscaping, wellhead protection requirements, water quality. So all of those things are how you create compatibility, and you tell us how we have to create compatibility by complying with those requirements. Next slide.
Barbara, your time's running out.
She's here.
Okay, I have 15
You need
minutes.
to close it.
Okay.
That was 15 minutes,
Okay,
Barbara.
the last slide.
That was
The last-
15,
okay,
that
the
was
last
15
slide,
minutes. Okay,
Okay, I have, well, there was, but Commissioner Starkey
interrupted,
talked to
sorry.
Mr. Razor in between, so.
Yeah.
Okay, can I just finish my last slide, please?
you may finish up.
So
Yes.
with regard, it's the last slide.
Okay.
With regard to property values, I think this is a significant slide for you all to read and understand. This is from another broker's opinion, but it's very specific as to how he reached his opinion. With regard to the value of adjacent properties, the three properties, adjacent properties are located approximately 0 feet, 180 feet, and 370 feet from a 6-lane arterial highway, and are next to vacant, unmaintained parcels. As such, is our professional opinion that the development of the subject property for C2 uses would not result in lower property values. As for non-adjacent properties in the general vicinity, it is common for commercial uses to be located at a signalized entrance to a neighborhood, and it's our professional opinion that residential and commercial uses can coexist without creating a negative impact on their respective values, which is what Mr. Starkey referenced as McDonald Country Place example is a pretty good example of how they are coexisting despite all the perceptions and fears that you heard about that. Those uses are coexisting. I went to that McDonald's, was able to get in and out quite well. And so with that, I would ask that you recognize that we're talking about land use. We can talk about zoning when it comes to zoning. Let your planning commission hear the zoning case and make a recommendation to you. But we absolutely are following your comp plan. It's where you told us to put COM, and we're bringing this application forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr.
Any discussion?
I
Mr.
have a
Moore?
question. Thank you, sir. This is for the team, for staff, if you don't mind. Why are we, originally we're going to hear 49 and 50. Why are we continuing 50 and not hearing with 49?
49 is the adoption hearing for the comprehensive plan amendment.
Yeah, I understand that, but
Yep.
why is the 50 being continued?
50 should be continued. It should say continued on there.
It does. I say, so why is it? My question was, why is
He's
it being
asking why.
continued?
Nectarios Pitos, Planning Development. 50 is the companion rezoning to the C2 zoning district, which did not get out of the Planning Commission as it was continued to establish deed restrictions for the property.
Okay, so.
Regarding buffering standards.
So 49 was the, whatever, 4-2, whatever it was vote, and then P50 was continued by the Planning Commission.
Yes.
See, this is just my personal opinion. I would prefer to hear them both at the same day. I mean, 49 and 50. I hate dividing them up like this, you know?
That's the only choice you
And
have.
just
That
one
one
more
didn't come through
thing,
the
real quick,
planning
before we
commission.
move on, because I know there's a lot more people have questions and stuff. If I'm not correct, it's Mr. LaRue, that's representative of the neighborhood, as well as Mr. Pressman, and then Ms. Wilhite, obviously, is representing the applicant. Since we haven't heard 50, it's going to be continued. Any chance you guys, and we've done this and made these suggestions in the past, any chance council on both sides can maybe get together and put their heads together a little bit, come up with a compromise between the two, and bring this back, and when you bring it back, we'll be hearing 49 and 50 as well, together, because it'll get through planning commission. Just a thought, a suggestion. I don't know if both sides are willing to have those discussions.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
I don't normally recommend, in fact, I'm sort of surprised that the planning staff would be bringing the two of them together, because in a Euclidean zoning, you have to assume that the comp plan amendment is effective. It won't be effective on the same day. The only time we normally track two together is if it's an MPUD,
Yeah.
where you can condition the MPUD on it not taking effect until after the comp plan.
Okay.
So that, normally it would be legal counsel's recommendation that they not be tracked together.
Yeah.
And then maybe they were only tracked up to planning commission together. That happens
Gotcha.
sometimes,
Yeah,
but.
and you're right, I thought it was different.
Better pass there to come to us
Yeah,
together.
but at the same time, I'm just wondering, I'm just throwing this out here, is there a chance that, I don't know if both sides of council, of both sides have met, are they willing to get together and try to have a compromise? I know sometimes they're not all in the audience today, and sometimes they'll walk out the side and have conversations and come back to us.
That would be nice.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's I just want to know if there's maybe a willingness there. So I guess that's a question to Mr. LaRue or Mr. Pressman that's in the hallway, and Ms. Wilhite that's online right now.
Mr. Chair.
I'll just wait their answer if they're willing to.
Mr. Chair. Some questions, because, and also for the folks who came and spoke today, and I appreciate their passion, and we know the growth in the county is sometimes difficult to see and experience, but nonetheless, we have rules that we follow, and Florida is a high-growth state, and we are a high-growth county, and State Road 54 is one of our most important roads in the county. But I do think there are some questions that are legitimate that I would want to be addressed, but I'm assuming that those things happen not at this kind of hearing, but at a hearing that would be with P50. I mean, right? Lighting, buffering, all those things, that's not what we're considering today. We're considering if it's appropriate for a piece of land on State Road 54 at a signalized intersection should be a different use than what it is today. Is that what is in front of us today?
That's correct.
That's what's in front of us today.
It is a change in your future land use classification. Is COM appropriate for this site? Now, I will tell you, when you get back here because it's a Euclidean zoning, none of the stuff that you've just mentioned will be appropriate to be discussed there either, because you can't condition a Euclidean zoning.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that makes it tricky, because I do think
And
that.
that's why there was a discussion about that they had proposed a deed restriction,
Okay,
because you can't condition, this isn't an MPUD, you can't, if they're seeking C2, anything that is acceptable in C2 would be acceptable in this.
so if we waited today, we could get some restrictions on buffering. Well, let me ask you this. Do our codes already contemplate protections like what the citizens were asking for? For example, lighting. Do we not have a lighting ordinance already that says you cannot, I mean, I know that because I helped work on it when I was a citizen activist, our lighting ordinance for commercial requires down lighting. You cannot have big lights that interrupt a neighborhood or your visions as you're driving down the road. Is that correct?
Right, so many of the concerns raised by residents have to do with site planning aspects of it, lighting, landscaping, buffering, et cetera. And our land development code does have ordinances and provisions that address a lot of those things, specifically because uses can impact neighboring properties. In this particular discussion, the comprehensive plan in Exhibit 2-2 does have language in there that mandates specific site considerations between the transition between the commercial land use to the Res 3 land use that's surrounding. So the comprehensive plan is already mandating that activity to occur. That's part of the reason why there was a discussion at the Planning Commission for deed restrictions.
Yeah. So, and I think that's important. I mean, no one wants to be living next door to lights that are intruding into their own private space. That's why I objected to some of these billboards that go up on a neighborhood lot where that's what, when you look out your living room window, that's all you can see. And we have that all over the county, sadly. Okay, so emergency vehicles, and I think they raise a point, and I will tell you, we got a letter before about needing to work with Hillsborough County to get Sierra Pines Boulevard paved. It's not a county road, it's not a Pasco County road, it's a Hillsborough County road. But if something were to happen at that intersection of Meadowbrook and 54, they would not be able to get out. And if that road keeps deteriorating as badly as it is, it's really bad. So I do think we need to try and have some discussion with Hillsborough about fixing that road so that these people have two safe ways in and out. Sidewalks, is it common when development comes in a situation like this that they would put in sidewalks or we would put in sidewalks? I don't know, I'm asking. I mean, typically when the county's putting in roads right now, we put in sidewalks.
Correct.
I don't know why that wasn't included when DOT improved this intersection.
You're referring to State Road 54?
No, I'm concerning to, there are sidewalks on State Road 54, I looked. There's a trail actually going all along there. What I don't see are any sidewalks on the improved part of Meadowbrook that goes down to the creek. There's a slough that goes through there.
Yeah, so site plans, you can request, and in many cases require sidewalks to be built as part of the site development that takes place. But the question becomes, does the sidewalk go anywhere? And so if the neighborhood has no sidewalks because the neighborhood never had sidewalks, would you require them to build a sidewalk that would not connect to anything?
Well, if there was some attractive use at that corner that attracted the kids of that neighborhood to go there and put them in more harm's way because there would be more cars coming out of there and driving onto 54, I would want to be sure that there were some sidewalks there so the kids could be out of the road. I mean, we're trying to encourage pedestrian and cycling activity, and if there's more use there, I think they need to be protected. Let's see, what else was there? Crime, well, I think that's a fear that is not reality, as is the traffic issue that we talked about. And I would think if we could put no through trucks, and I don't know what kind of signs we could have so that people.
Well, they can't go through.
So that no, they can. You can drive to Lutz Lake Fern. There is another exit out of there.
See, they keep saying there's a one-way in, one-way out.
There's not one way in, there's two. But you wind through the neighborhood. And frankly, those neighborhoods, they're very wide roads in there, wider than normal. Huh?
You end up in Hillsborough County.
Yeah, you come out in Hillsborough County.
Come in Pasco, though.
So I'm sure a lot of people are going to work in Hillsborough, go out Lutz Lake Fern and get on the Suncoast down there instead of driving down 54. So I'm just going through the list of things I heard. Light pollution. I do feel that for the house, that's not right on the corner, but it is, I think it was Fiddy's dad's house. I'm not sure whose house that was. The gentleman from True. And so I think that consideration has to be taken for, I don't know what the site plan would look like on the use that comes in, but I think that he needs a little consideration of aesthetics and buffering in front of his house, across the street. I mean, imagine if they put a dumpster across the street from this guy's nice house. I think that would be very inappropriate. So I think the site plan becomes very important. And looking at that map, and actually if you put up Todd's map, or if you just go to Google Earth and you look at this lot, it does, if they preserve, I don't know what it would look like when they cleared it, but it has a lot of trees that if they could preserve them along the buffer would be really good. And we've had that in other areas where we've done, where commercials come in next to residential. And I think that they would have to have a 60-foot landscape buffer between a C2 and residential.
I don't know the answer
don't
to that
think
off
we
the
have
top of my
enough room.
head.
I think I'm pretty sure it's C2. I mean, 60 feet. But I'm thinking that one of those houses there is already commercial, because if you look at it, if you zoom in, 2 or 3 parcels to the left of that, okay, so you see that now there's a storage facility right there. That's what that white thing is right there. Smart Stop Storage. And then you look to the right, I want you to look at that lot. And these homes are fronting State Road 54. And I'm sure when they first moved there, that was a 1-lane or 2-lane sleepy road. But can you zoom in more? Okay, yeah, and now look at that's gotta be commercial, or what's going on there? We need code over there, but something's going on. See where it says Too Cool Designs? Which
Right, so
I
that-
looked up, that's a clothing store website, but the house to the right, that looks like an auto, I don't know what's going on there, but
Where, oh,
that's not residential.
right there.
Yeah, facing 54.
So that site is PO1. It's zoned PO1 office, and then that's abutting the storage unit.
So what is all that stuff in the backyard?
That is actually the resident right next to the office, and so that's residential. That's
residential?
Correct.
Is that all trash
That's a
back
home. So there's 3 lots between the corner site and the storage unit. Too Cool Designs is currently zoned office. Then you have your 2 residential sites. The site to the right of the one with all the stuff in the yard, that's actually the same owner as Too Cool Designs. They own the same piece. That was previously listed for sale, but it's no longer. It's taken off the market.
Okay, but you see what I'm talking about with the trees? And it's a heavily canopied piece, and it's buffered on the south by the stream. And it's buffered to the west. And my concern is this house over here to the right.
Yep.
And then just to make sure, so that stream platted is measured to 45 feet per the plat.
The what?
So the stream to the south is actually platted as being 45 feet in width.
Oh, it's not?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. So,
Jump across it.
yeah.
The
We
plat,
went in and cleaned that out a few years ago.
the plat itself has dedicated a 45-foot dimension
Oh.
to
Yeah.
accommodate the
Yeah, we know
infrastructure.
that.
Even though the
I'm saying
stream's
it's
not
just-
very
but still.
big, it covers 45 feet.
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm inclined to have some kind of deed restrictions.
And from my understanding, the commercial zoning district requires 75-foot buffer from
75 foot.
residential.
Yeah, so it's 75-foot buffer,
How would that,
which is substantial.
how would you fit that? I'll let you.
I don't
Ms.
know.
Fitzpatrick's got a question.
Mr. Starkey, because I know you had mentioned McDonald's at that location.
No, not here.
I know, sorry. At
Another
the
location.
other location
In
you were talking
Trinity.
about McDonald's on
Yeah.
State Road 54. That was on the east, but on the west of 54. Oh. Okay,
From the
we're
north.
looking at north. We're on State Road 54 looking north. You have McDonald's and then you have
Country Place.
office buildings.
No.
Behind is the actual,
Yeah, but they share the entrance.
yes, they share the entrance, but it's,
Buffered.
what my concern is what they're showing you here and what we have here is there's a home directly across the street. There's a home and a home and a home on all sides of the property. So when this person gets up right here on the corner of 54
there.
and Meadowbrook,
That house?
they're gonna look directly at,
Oh, you put that back up?
Okay, yeah, can you put that back up?
they're gonna look directly at,
This.
do we know if this is a gas station
don't-
or Kitty College
We're
University?
we're not allowed to.
We're not allowed to, okay. So regardless,
That's why I think
is
the
there any
site
other
plan is important.
There's no other place, from what I can know of, what other community has a home and then commercial within their plats?
Well, I just did a thing around the county on my Google Earth, and we have commercial in front of residential neighborhoods all over the place.
In front.
all over Little Road, yeah.
This is the side.
All over. It's, so, this is State Road 54.
Yeah, but usually it's all of the front is
Mm.
retail. This is
I can
the
send you.
front is residential, and now you're gonna put retail directly next to the residential. That's what I'm looking
Well,
at.
are you saying that should be a house on 54? I mean, no one's gonna build a house there.
Right, at this point, but you have a
Oh,
house
you can't
directly
take-
across the street from it.
Well,
Mr. Moore?
So 1.44 policy does have that stipulation of it needs to go gradually.
Mr. Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for either staff or Mr. Steinschneider. We stated before that what we're going through today is amending the comp plan to move this to COM. Let's just go over again what's allowed in COM. And then I'll follow up with a comment and a question.
No.
Mhm.
In terms of the types of land uses that
Correct.
COM permits. So the commercial, do you have there you go. So the commercial land use, according to the comprehensive plan, the general range of potential uses are commercial uses, office uses, hotels, motels, compatible light manufacturing, processing, and assembling of goods. No uses which have a primary purpose of distribution of goods shall be permitted in commercial. Residential uses are only permitted when constructed in combination with commercial uses within a single building of 2 or more stories, wherein the first floor uses are commercial, office, and/or other non-residential uses. Parking areas do not count as non-residential uses in this context.
Okay, so to continue on, go ahead and explain to, the commission and those watching at home or in the audience, what P50 would mean of moving from a change of zoning to AR1 to C2. Explain why we go through P49 today and come back and actually do a zoning change to C2.
In order to effect a zoning change to C2, the future land use must be in place first, so that the zoning is aligned and implementing the vision of the comprehensive plan. So in the case of C2 can go in future land use categories such as COM today, as well as ROR, and occasionally in other future land use classifications, such as usually they come in PDs, but or MPUDs in the PD flu or in the TC flu and in other such flus.
Okay, so today, if we allow the, if we approve the amendment and change from Res 3 to COM, if we go to P50, what limitations, if any, can be put on this parcel when it comes to, I will just pick a few things out, say restaurants, filling stations, office, multifamily, yeah, right? What limitations could the board put on when P50 comes back to us?
None.
Yep. Is that correct, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
besides, and that's why you have voluntary deed restrictions in some cases, is because if in fact this is a Euclidean C2 district that comes back before you, whatever is a permitted use under 525
Correct.
is, maybe it's 526. I got C1 pulled up here.
Yeah, 526.
526. I scrolled a little too high. Anything that is in as a permitted use would be allowed for that applicant to go straight to the planning department with their site plan and get permitted. Those that are conditional uses in that category, like currently multifamily would have to come back before you.
Right. So without hearing P50, could anything happen? If P50 was denied, they could still move forward, or can they not move forward?
So the problem you will have is if you grant the change to the future land use classification to COM, and then they come back for rezoning to move out of AR1, AR1 is really not a consistent future land use classification to COM.
Right.
And so it would have to be another zoning district that is permissible in COM for them to pick. And it may just be the straight commercial categories. You might be able to do an office zoning in COM.
PO2.
Yeah. So it you set the trend by approving the small scale amendment. But on the other hand, it does sit right on 54. So Res 3 may not be appropriate either. That's the balancing act that the board has to do.
Right. And I think, and I hate to get off subject here, but when we're obviously rewriting the land development code and things, some things need to be, as you would probably agree, cleaned up versus having to go through this process twice, essentially, in my opinion.
You'd still have to go through it twice, regardless of how much cleanup they do. You've still got to make a change to their zoning classification.
Let's fix it all, Mr. John Snyder. So I do have,
Chairman? Mr. Chairman, Jack Markell.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner, let me just finish that. I'm sorry, one second.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were through.
That's okay,
Sorry,
buddy. I
Commissioner.
appreciate it. So just, I do have, just like the residents and both Commissioner Starkey and Commissioner Fitzpatrick did mention this, when I first heard about this and you seek 54, you think 54, right? Okay, 54, easy enough. But I do have concerns for the house, obviously directly across the street, and then the one that essentially will, abut this. It's right next to it. I'm trying to figure out this buffer. I don't know how you're gonna be able to get the buffer, a 75-foot buffer, to the home to the west.
Well, that's all gonna change.
Well, where would the buffer actually start? Would it start at the property line across the road, or would it be on the west? I don't know which.
See the home hidden in the woods kind of there on the west? You see the driveway?
Yeah.
So does the property line start at their property?
Does the buffer start at the property line?
Buffers are typically along the periphery, so it begins at the property lines. And the comprehensive plan already mandates that attention to the buffer in order to transition from commercial from the COM to the Res 3 in Exhibit 2-2.
So,
If there's 70,
Well, Commissioner Mariano was asking.
no, after, I'm just trying to get in the line.
Sorry.
I'm getting in line.
Okay.
sorry,
All right,
Commissioner
go ahead.
Mariano.
And you're in a-
Well, no, not me. Commissioner Mariano was
Oh, that's,
after me.
Yeah.
I didn't want to forget about him.
all right. Commissioner Mariano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to say I did meet with the applicant on site, and I think when everyone else looks at 54 commercial, you think commercial all the way through. I thought it was just a zoning when I met with him as well. I didn't know it was going to be a land use change. And generally speaking, I think we need to do a lot of stuff on zoning and the comp plan, but there's one item here that I can't get past that Mr. Pressman is also, with Ms. Ortiz, brought it up, is, and I thought staff did a good job presenting. I mean, had there been no counter presentation, but this would have been a slam dunk in my mind. But here's what I can't get past. Policy 1.6.4, Section B, paren 2, under neighborhood commercial, and Commissioner Fitzpatrick actually touched on this, and I think she's on the money with it. It said, new neighborhood commercial uses shall not be located internally within existing single-family neighborhoods. This is clearly internal, especially the second parcel we're trying to change. It's right across from, again, that gentleman from True. There's a reason you can't buffer it because it's internal, so you're going to be limited there anyway. But I haven't seen anyone get past that argument there, so I'd like to hear staff see what they thought of it, because I think it's, I think it just kills the whole, thing going forward. So staff, if you'd comment on 1.6.4 B2, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Mariano, for that question. The proposed amendment is predicated on Policy Flu 1.6.2, which identifies the location of commercial development, noting there that COM shall be limited to areas adjacent to existing collector and arterial roadway intersections in order to maintain road capacity and not set a precedent for further strip development. 164 is in detailing neighborhood commercial uses. In this particular future land use policy, it's talking about the commercial uses specifically until you get to point B, where it does talk about the application of COM to permit small-scale neighborhood commercial uses. That's occurring in situations where you're not at the intersections of arterials and collectors. So the policy Flu that we're focusing on here is on 162, which is the primary policy used to appropriately locate COM within the comprehensive plan on the future land use map.
All right, so I understand what you're focused on, but I think your focus is missed, and I think Mr. Pressman especially brought up the pictures showing the gas station would be right next to the neighborhood, right next to the guy who's across the street at True. You can't buffer that guy if you allow this to come in. I want you to focus on section number 2 that says new neighborhood commercial uses shall not be located internally within existing single-family neighborhoods. How do you get past that statement?
So the comprehensive plan has in some of the policies and in some of the definitions, it identifies what constitutes internal within existing single-family neighborhoods. And for instance, in the case of office, it has to be between two residential uses, not on the periphery of residential uses. And having roads or other physical infrastructure that separates you from single family, from directly abutting single family and single family on either side is a consideration when we're talking about whether the use is internal to a neighborhood or not. In this particular case, and this kind of speaks also to the proliferation of strip commercial. The commercial infill definition sort of illustrates what I'm talking about here, where the infill site does not set a precedent for further strip commercial development because either the site is surrounded by existing built commercial development, and this is the part, or the geographic features, including physical infrastructure such as roads adjacent to the site, preclude any extension. And so the idea is that this physical infrastructure, the roads, the geographic features, other uses pen or limit the land use. And therefore, it's not interior or internal to a neighborhood.
I think there was a suggestion about people getting together and working things out. And in my mind, one of the things that could be worked out is the protection of the gentleman. Okay, we don't know what's going to come here. It's been suggested it might be a gas station. We don't know, and I'm not sure how much we can take that into consideration when we do this. Right. However, the parcel that is to the south, there's two parcels, right? There's one on the front, and then there's one to the adjacent to it. Depending on what they put there, could be fine for that house across the street. The devil is in the details of making sure that gentleman is protected. And they can be very sensitive, and I don't know how we require that, but that would be my goal, is to require them to be super sensitive on the site plan, siting, and potentially maybe they provide him a buffer, which would be an opaque fence and landscaping. And so has a gated home, which might be very nice when you're that, a fenced home in the front, right? Which he may like being so close to 54 and having everyone come in and out right there. Maybe, if the attorneys talk or people talk, that can be part of the package, is that guy gets protected in that way. That would, I'm kind of throwing a hint out there.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Mr.
Because
Chair, yeah.
that needs to be considered,
Yeah.
that gentleman, yeah.
Yeah.
Mr.
Mr. Chairman,
Moore?
again, and I will, let me do this real quick. I do want to commend both the applicant and the council, Mr. LaRue and Mr. Pressman, and the residents, except for the one lady, she was a little feisty. But everybody else, when it came to the residents, very respectable. We appreciate, very knowledgeable on the issues. I think if Ms. Wilhite and Mr. LaRue and Mr. Pressman, you probably see I can't really tell which way this board's going this right now. I would probably take our suggestion, and Commissioner Starkey I think she agreed with that too, to maybe see if you guys can meet, both council, see if you can come to a reasonable agreement and bring this back to us. If you can't, you can't. It is what it is. But I think allowing us to give you one more shot to put your heads together and see if you can come up to a conclusion. Commissioner Starkey did make a great point a second ago. Yes, we've heard what could possibly be there, but this board is not allowed to take that into consideration. We're really not supposed to know what's going to be there.
Right.
So with not actually knowing what's supposed to be there, we know it's going to be calm,
Well,
but we don't know what
Mr.
the actual
Chairman.
product is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Steinstein.
You can't take into consideration a
product.
there's no commitment to what's there.
Correct.
What you can take into consideration is the uses the fact that you're having all of these discussions about a particular use that is allowable in this, that's something you can consider in whether or not COM is appropriate for this area.
Right.
But it can't, but if it's not COM, it can't be residential,
Well,
so
office can be part of
we
COM,
can't
though.
take away the property rights of the person who owns it.
Office can be calm.
Oh, office,
can be
office
calm.
can be COM.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
but office can be a separate designation
Too.
through your comprehensive
Yeah, but
plan as well.
there's other things that could be there's many things that can be appropriate there. It just depends on what it looks like,
Maybe they're
how
willing to
it's
have that
cited.
conversation. Yeah, maybe they're willing to have. Are you guys willing to have that conversation? Ms. Wilhite, Mr. Pressman, Mr. LaRoe?
Mr. Moore, I will always have conversations.
Yeah, I knew you would.
I'm happy to have conversations.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mariano?
Can you put those pictures up?
Who was that?
Well,
Ms. Wilhite said she
Chairman,
was.
Jack
I just,
Hardy.
we can,
All right, Jack.
I just want to say, if we can get the two parties to meet and maybe make something work and bring it back to us, I'm comfortable with that too. I think there's two very professional sides that are there, and I think there's a win out there, but that's not an easy one. But if they're willing to meet, then I think it'd be a great opportunity.
Mr. Pressman's at the.
And I have all these pictures I want to show you. Here's one, just go through them quickly. Here's a gas station with houses next to it. Here, where was this one? This is in Longleaf. This is a daycare right across the street from houses. So I'm just showing you C2s.
It's a possibility.
Within neighborhoods. Keep going. Here's one here. I don't know what that is, but there's houses right there, all around it. All four sides.
Where?
All three sides. Keep going.
I don't know where you're looking. I don't see where you're looking.
Here
on
is
that.
a Walgreens across from this house right here, and next to this house right behind it. So we have boat and RV storage right across the street from all these houses right here. Another one. There's our Department of Health right there. Is that it? Is that my last picture? Anyway, I just did those real quick, just
see that.
going around the county. There's a lot of examples where residential is up to it. I'm a fan of mixed use and putting things near where people don't have to go out on the highway to go get stuff, and where you can walk to it. And so depending on what goes here, it could be beneficial for the
Sure, but I think Mr. Pressman is at the microphone.
Mr. Pressman?
Why don't we see the boxes?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to it.
There he is, okay.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sharon Honeywell's here. She spoke with Mr. Paul Jello, who, as we understand, is the contract holder. Mr. Jello told her, his point blank, and she's right here to confirm this, she's told me,
We can't.
that the use was to be a gas and station convenience store. The C2 uses, once you approve COM today, will allow C3, C2, and industrial uses on this property. COM is not appropriate for this site. It needs to be.
You just answered the question, Commissioner. I mean,
you
what
can't do that.
testifying is not appropriate?
Wait a minute.
The question that was asked to you are you willing on behalf of your clients to talk with Ms. Wilhite if the board continues this matter about what would make this appropriate? If the answer is no to this board, that's fine. But you clearly argue your case, but the public comment is closed.
If we're going to discuss that, we need to know what the use is going to be.
Okay, that's the, Mr. Pressman, that's the conversation we're suggesting you have with their counsel. We, remember what Mr. Stein, no, hold on, what Mr. Steinschneider said, I'm trying to help you guys here across the board. Mr. Steinschneider just said, we are not supposed to know that it can't come into play with our decision-making. We cannot use that. That cannot be part of the testimony, that's the fact. So, it's up to you on behalf of your clients to have that conversation and see if you can find out from counsel and work through this and then come back to us.
And I want to say, I'm not so hung up on the use as I am the site plan, the buffering, the aesthetics, the lighting, the traffic flow. Because for me, I'm okay, I'm actually, I'm okay with, well, I don't want light and, I don't want industrial
We are
going there.
concerned about the residential area that.
But I want it to fit, it needs to fit within the context of that neighborhood.
And in that vein, we can't put the cart before the horse. How do you make a site plan? or
Mr.
buffering?
Pressman, we got to know right now, because if not, it's going to have to move forward. Are you willing to meet with Ms. Wilhite? She's willing to have this conversation. We could continue this, or we'll come to a decision now. I can't tell you which way this board's going to move.
We're willing to meet, but you
Yeah,
need to
that's-
put the onus on the applicant of what the use is. They can't have the cake and eat it too.
Trying to assist to come to some reasonable conclusion. Are you guys willing to meet, or would you like us to move forward with our decision today? It's one or the other. I can't tell you which way this board's going, because I'm not seeing anybody shake their head yes or no. Take your shot, or a meeting with the
Mr.
applicant.
Pressman?
Sure, we'll go.
I'd like to go to Mr. Pressman for a second.
Mr. Mariano?
Jack Mariano?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Pressman, I strongly recommend take the opportunity to meet with them. Otherwise, we vote on it now, we don't know where it's gonna go yet. If you take the opportunity to meet, look at all your concerns, we don't know what's gonna happen, that'll be between you guys, we can't get into that. But I strongly recommend you take advantage of that, let us continue it, and then we can have another meeting another day.
You get around 1.6. I hear you, Commissioner, and with that, I don't think we have a choice but to meet and talk. But I'm gonna say again, as you're putting the onus on the applicant for buffering and site plan elements, you need to put the onus on for use.
Yeah, I disagree.
Well, that would come back to us. We're just giving you guys the opportunity.
Okay.
Move to continue.
Then it needs to come back with the
Second.
zoning. For
Move
specific
to
use.
continue, should we
And I
say times,
second.
to an unknown date, or?
I would leave it unknown.
30 days.
Mr.
If I
Terry,
We're
somebody?
looking for a date right now to continue that matter.
If I may.
Okay.
The item P50, the Kitty Campus University rezoning, that is continued to April 20.
Well,
So a continuance
To April 20, or past?
ought to be.
Well, he said not to
Had to
bring
be
him to the
before.
vote. This is an odd duck right here.
I'm
I don't think I've ever had this in 8 years as a commissioner,
I just wanted to
this
let you know
situation.
that the.
It'll have to
companion
happen either on April 20th or prior to. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
then we have to go all the way.
Mr. Steinschneider, you said we
They
can't
just
have them at
push
the same meeting?
these
I've never seen anything like this.
What I said was, I can't have you take action on a straight zoning classification
Same day.
before the comp plan becomes effective. And if the comp plan is going to be heard,
So a motion to continue this to April 20th.
we have to-
and then the
you're gonna have to continue
P50
the-
Continue to the following month.
P50 is going to have to be continued.
right.
All right, so my motion is to move this to April 20th,
And
and
P50.
then y'all are have to, and then when we get to 50, we'll have to change the continuing date, I think.
To May 18th.
Yeah, okay,
Second.
that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. By roll call vote,
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick.
Aye.
Sorry, my mic was off.
we heard.
All right, District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0 to continue, April 20th.
So they
All right.
need, so basically, they need to meet prior till
yeah.
April 20th.
Well, they know that.
Well, he seemed a little confused.
So if you're on P50, I'm going to move, oh, do you have to take public comment? Because I'm going to move to continue that to
Well,
the meeting after April 20th,
May 4th.
May 4th.
You
Second.
might keep it to May 18th, so it's on this side of the council.
No, we have to have it on this side.
So that'd
So-
be April,
So that
April
wouldn't be
20th
May
and May
4th.
18th.
May 4th.
When's the next board meeting here? After April 20th?
I believe,
Okay, move to May 18th.
18th, second.
And those would be at 1:30.
At
Or
1:30.
soon thereafter.
Or soon thereafter.
For P50? Okay. By roll call vote,
I need to get the publication on the record. So item P50 was published in Tampa Bay Times on February 3rd, 2020. I will go ahead with roll call vote. District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
aye. Motion passed 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, a point of order. Because we have continued this, and this is kind of for our county attorney and the folks outside, public comment has been taken on this. So do we do public comment again?
In this particular one, I think you're going to have to do public comment again because you've asked them to go talk about things and bring it back to you. So that you've got to have public comment to hear what the sides agree to. And if you're going to hear that, it's got to be a full
Okay,
public
so
hearing.
there you go.
Okay. We're good.
They can limit the amount of testimony to you, but I think it's got to be open to the public, unlike the one that's coming up later that you were just at a vote.
Okay. Just wanted that clear.
Okay. Do you want to give us, because we're now into zoning, your
Sure, I can do
procedures?
that.
We jumped pretty quick.
Rezoning procedures. There are two rezoning agendas, regular and consent. Staff will present each application to the Board of County Commissioners. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended approval and there's no opposition, the application will be considered by the board without further presentation. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended denial, or if there is opposition to the application, the applicant will be given 5 minutes for presentation. The opposition will be given 3 minutes for each individual or 5 minutes for a group representative, and the applicant will be given 3 minutes for rebuttal. Any individual disagreeing with staff or Planning Commission recommendation or anyone wishing to object to any condition of the rezoning may at this time request the petition be pulled from the consent agenda, in which case that application will be heard under the regular agenda later on during the meeting. Otherwise, all rezoning applications on the consent agenda will be approved by a single motion and vote. If you wish to speak to any petition, please give your name and address and whether or not you've been sworn for the record. These are quasi-judicial public hearings. The law in Florida is that mere public support or opposition of an application is insufficient for this board to take action. Please limit your comments to those criteria found within the board's land development code.
Okay,
So what are we
thanks, sir.
talking about P52 and P53?
Now we move on to P51, and I see that's going to be continued, but have proof?
Yes, item P51 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on February 17th, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item P51 is a comprehensive plan amendment, CPAL 2014, Central Pasco Employment Village. It's a comprehensive plan text amendment to the Central Pasco Employment Village Subarea Policy FLU 7.1.12. It is requested for continuance to April 20, 2021 at 1:30 here in Newport Richey.
Move to continue.
Okay, got a motion
Second.
and a second by roll call vote.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey. District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed excuse me, she did show up. Motion passed 5-0 to continue. P52,
Item P52 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on February 24th, 2021.
Item P52 is a zoning amendment, Robert Wendell Pippin Jr. and Clay Tanner Pippin. It's a change in zoning from an AC agricultural district to an AR agricultural residential district in North Central Pasco County on the east side of Possum Trot, approximately 515 feet north of Bayhead Road, containing approximately 10 acres. And this comes to the BCC with a recommendation of approval.
okay, is there anyone signed up on WebEx?
There is no one signed up on WebEx for P52, and I have no emails on P52.
Is anyone at the kiosks on P52?
Kiosk.
I don't know where they're at.
There's no one at the kiosk.
All right, thank you.
What do you mean?
Okay. That is,
Seeing no one, leave
Seeing
that
no
one
one
on
to-
consent.
yeah, leave it on consent and go to P53.
Item P53 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on February 24th, 2021.
Item P53 is a zoning amendment by the name of Terry and Tina Gillette. It's a change in zoning from an AC agricultural district to an AR5 agricultural residential district and an AR5 MH agricultural mobile home district in East Central Pasco County on the north side of Messick Road, 3/4 of miles east of Old Lakeland Highway, containing approximately 12.15 acres. And this comes to you with a recommendation of approval.
Okay, does anybody sign up to speak on WebEx?
There is no one signed up for P53 on WebEx, and I have no emails for P53.
Okay. Is anyone at kiosk to speak to P56 or P53?
There's no one at the kiosk.
All right, thank you.
I have a question on this, sorry.
What's your question?
Well, I'm looking at the road, I don't know, and it's agriculture,
Mm-hmm.
and there's no density around there. We're gonna put, so what, this is gonna end up being like a little teeny mobile home park with a U lane in it, or what's the plan here?
I believe the staff is online to be able to answer that question. The message that I'm getting is that it's going to be a total of 2 units located on that property.
Total of 2 units?
Why are they going to 5?
That's
your next category.
That's your category. you
It
gotta
goes
fall
1,
into.
5?
Yeah.
That'd be,
But really,
that's my
we'll stay pretty
understanding.
rural in that area on 12 acres.
Right.
Well, it's your district.
Okay.
You want it.
What's your pleasure on the consent items?
I'm approve the consent agenda, sorry.
Okay, I got a motion
Oh, second.
and a second. By roll call vote.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Well, that's a reluctant aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick.
That's only the consent ones.
Right.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Move to P54.
Item P54 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on March 10th, 2021.
Mr. Chairman, if you may recall, this is the one that the motion to not approve it was failed, and then it was continued. You were at the deliberation phase of the project.
Oh, yeah.
Given the fact that the public hearing was closed, just want to make sure that none of you have had contact with either the applicant or the public on this matter, since the public hearing was closed.
Yep. I have not. Anyone else?
There
Is
was
this the one on
a-
Bruce B. Downs? Oh,
Yep.
okay.
That's the one on Bruce B. Downs, yes.
There was a email that was submitted into the record or into our WebEx portal last night. That email, in my opinion, should not be considered. It shouldn't be read into the record. The record is closed unless this board wishes to reopen it and re-advertise the project, re-advertise a new public hearing.
We've already
But
heard it.
my understanding is that the board was going to further deliberate on 54 and make a decision today.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
So since that last meeting, I've come up with additional evidence that backs up my motion. No, I really have. Additional evidence that backs up my motion. But at the same time, I'm being cordial to the applicant here. Since we didn't open up this for a public hearing, they probably should have the time and the ability to respond to it. And I'm having a meeting with FDOT this Thursday, and it has to do with something very important that's happening right in front of this project when it comes to a close of a median, which can be detrimental to the area unless it's changed. I'm literally meeting with FDOT on Thursday to see if I can get them to put some things off, but I don't want to get into it right now, into details, unless we open this public hearing up. And I think we should open the public hearing up, so I'll make a motion to continue to reopen the public hearing to allow the public and the applicant to speak. If I can-
Second.
I have a second, okay.
And so it needs to be re-advertised, but since it's on today's agenda, you're considering.
Continue it.
You're going to continue it to the April 20th meeting? Or?
I think that's plenty of time. I don't designate it to be continued forever. I want to have this meeting this Thursday as well. I really don't want to get into the details until I have that meeting with FDOT. Andy's going to be with me too, and I'm meeting with multiple people from FDOT at the location.
I don't know how much time
I think next week, I meet Thursday, and I'm fine with the 20th.
So it's sort of on the other side of the county, the project location. I didn't know whether you wanted
Oh,
to
yeah,
go.
whatever the next dates.
April 7th is
Dade City one is.
your Dade City meeting.
Yeah, if that's okay with everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. So, we have a motion and a second, then continue.
To 1:30
But it looked like Terry
PM
wanted
at-
to say something, so do you need to say what you were going to say, or you?
We can advertise in time, and I think we can.
The April 7th.
By
agenda.
April 7th.
What'd you say? April what?
April 7 agenda.
That's fine.
April 7th is when the
It's
public.
on Dade City, right?
Yeah.
Since we'll open up the public comment. Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yep.
Thank you all.
All right, by roll call vote.
Who was the second?
Mariano.
Mariano.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yeah, Mariana.
Thank you very much. District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you.
to
Thank you,
move to
Commissioners.
April 7th. Okay, at 1:30. Okay. Next item is P35.
P55.
Hmm?
P55?
P55, excuse me.
P55 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on March 3rd, 2021.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ainsley Caldwell, Public Works. This is PW 21-0020 Aristida, PVAS number 3439. This is a microsurfacing project, and it's board initiated. Can I?
Where are all these at? 50 of them.
Okay, went too fast. Okay, there are 7 roads in this project. They're county maintained and paved. There's 123 lots, 120.76 ERUs. The estimated project cost, and as I said before, this is microsurfacing, is $167,000, approximately $168,000. Maximum cost per ERU is $1,390. The discounted amount is $11,510, and the maximum cost per ERU after the discount is $1,292. Oops, what am I doing? I'm sorry. Okay. The repayment is over a 10-year period at 3.25% interest. This is a location map, and here is a couple photographs of what the road is like. And I think,
I was going to ask a motion to continue to a date unknown. Or is that too early?
So, Ansley, it may be helpful to the commissioner and to the rest of the board. So there has been some discussion on this project about discontinuing the microsurfacing and going to full depth reclamation.
yes, and I was hoping the commissioner would mention that.
I'll second
So
her motion.
I believe that's why the commissioner
Want to
wishes to
continue?
continue the item, because she doesn't want to move forward with the microsurfacing. Has a decision been, well, it's up to the board, but has a decision been made which the appropriate method of proceeding is? Has microsurfacing really been abandoned because of its temporary nature, or is that decision still up in the air with the neighbors?
There was some discussion in terms of repayment period, in terms of the effectiveness of, the microsurfacing. My understanding is that you were thinking of discontinuing the microsurfacing project and have a board-initiated FDR project. If that is the case, we'll have to re-advertise, but it's for you to say.
And you don't have those numbers either, do you?
No.
Right, okay.
And if I could add too, I think there was some discussion about drainage concerns, I think, too, amongst the citizens, so I think that would need to be considered.
Yeah.
All right, I seconded the motion.
Mr. Steinsteiner, do I need to abstain? I own a home in there. I'm one of 120 homes.
Yeah, well,
Not today, I don't think.
to continue the item, I don't think you need, my general advice has been, you don't need to abstain. To abandon the project or to approve the project, I think you will have to abstain on either of those votes.
All right, I have a motion and a second to, what do you do?
Continue to a date unknown.
Cancel this and bring it back as a regular PVAS, right?
So we're discontinuing this microsurfacing, and the board is telling us to move forward FDR. Is that correct?
That's
So
correct.
So we re-advertise, calculate, and set the meetings.
Okay. If that is the commissioner's motion, then it's not a continuance. If that's really what the commissioner wants to do, is abandon the microsurfacing and go to full depth reclamation and start this clock all over again, that's an affirmative action today.
I
And
feel we wanted to have another public hearing and then discuss with the residents.
Public meeting, not a hearing, an actual just meeting, a neighborhood meeting?
A neighborhood meeting, because I've met with some of the
So
neighborhood.
so I
Continue
would
with the
then.
continuance today.
Then I would just continue this item till the April 20th agenda, assuming, or or the agenda in May, whichever you think, to get to a neighborhood meeting so that the board can know what the options are for it.
Okay.
I mean, you're going to need direction, and so I'm concerned if we continue it to a date uncertain, you're still going to have to put it back on the agenda. So it would make more sense to either continue this to the April 20th or the
May 18th
May 18th board meeting.
to May 18th.
So,
So if you're continuing, you're keeping the same type of roadway, right?
right.
Right.
So that-
So if we want to change what we do, then the board would have to direct us at the next meeting to do that, and then we would have to bring back a brand-new project to do that.
Oh, I
Okay, I
got you.
just want to make
Okay.
sure I understand.
Yeah.
That's what I thought we were going
Yeah.
to do here.
Okay, well, I understand
understood.
that.
That's my understanding too.
So that's what we'll do, so.
Then I
Okay.
would make it I would do the 420 meeting. Because the sooner you get done, the sooner we can bring back the new project.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion to continue until April 20th.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, got a motion and a second by roll call vote.
Is there,
So I can vote?
Oh, excuse me.
so is there, I just want to make sure that there's nobody online for this project.
Is anybody here to speak to this project?
On item P55, there is no one on WebEx, and I do not have any emails.
Is there anybody at the
Anybody at the
kiosk?
kiosk?
There's no one at the kiosk.
Okay,
Okay.
by roll
And
call vote?
Yes, you can vote on a continuance, Commissioner.
Okay.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. So motion passed 5-0. Okay, move on to 56, P56.
Item P56 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on March 3rd, 2021.
This is item number PW 21-0022, Cranes Roofs, PVAS number 3346. This is one of the 2015-16 storm damage road projects. It was temporarily repaired in 2017, and the temporary repair was chip sealing. This is a board-initiated PVAS project. There are 6 roads included in this PVAS project. 2 of them were not actually chip sealed, but I'll explain in a minute why they were included in the project. There are 82 lots and 81 ERUs. In terms of the estimated cost of the project, it's $637,000 approximately. Maximum cost for ERU is $7,861. The discounted amount is $139,000 approximately, and the maximum cost for EIU after the discount is $6,114.16. The repayment is over a 10-year period, and the interest rate is 3.25% interest. One of the things I'd like to note is that Planters Lane and Trasher Court, it's the extreme section that goes south and forms like an L. Those were not chip sealed, but in looking at the condition of the road, and I'll show a picture in a minute, looking at the condition of the road, the age of the road, the patch, the linear patch, the pothole patch, it was recommended that this be included in the project. If we did not include these 2 roads in the project because of the PVAS methodology and policy guidelines, they would be included in the assessment at 25%, but they would not have those roads paved. So we were proposing that these 2 would be included, although the directive is, only the roads that were chip seal. This is Planters Lane, so you see the condition of the road, and there it is again, also on Trasher Court and Planters Lane. And the asphalt, the pavement is less than ½ an inch. Any comments, questions?
Well, I assume is there any public comment for this?
Where we have wait, so.
Because I'll make mine after.
Do we have any,
I think we do.
anybody on?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Jack Mariano. Just to, before we get into the public comment, because I did hear from a lot of the public, with the 81 units, ERUs that are here, I think everybody got a copy. There was 68 signatures, individuals, 11 husband and wife, 79 total signatures saying they approved the project. I've never seen a project like this with such a determination for the people not to have it done. I strongly recommend, before we get into all the public comment, Commissioner Fitzpatrick, it may be good for you, because Ainsley, I think you just gave new information, which I didn't hear before, that you might want to just continue this, have a public meeting, and listen to what the people have to say. Otherwise, we're going to listen to a lot of feedback. Like 79 out of 81 say they don't want it, the way it was.
Commissioner Mariano.
Wait. Sorry. I was going to say, Commissioner Mariano, I've actually been out there, I've driven the roads, I've met with citizens, and I've also spoken to staff already. I was going to ask for a continuance with this one as well until April 20th, because they have mentioned 2 other roads that may need to be included into the PVAS, and then if we were possibly looking at alternatives, if 2 of the roads that were not chip sealed not be included, but again, we wanted to meet with the public.
I'll second. That was a motion, right?
That'd be a
Contingent of when?
April 20th.
Okay. By roll call vote? We don't have to take any other comment to continue, right?
These are not quasi judicial items, so I'm
Okay,
not
so,
as concerned with.
okay.
District 2, Commissioner Moore. District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0 for continuance. Okay, move on to P57.
Item P57 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on February 24th, 2021.
This is PW 21-0023 Lake Worrell Acres, PVAS number 3353. This is also one of the 2015-16 storm damage roads, which was temporarily repaired with chip seal. This is a board-initiated project. There are 2 streets in this project. They're county maintained, 91 lots, 46.39 ERUs. The estimated project cost is $477,300. Maximum cost per ERU is $10,288. The discounted amount is $96,575. And the maximum cost per ERU after the discount is $7,966.63. The repayment period is 10 years, and the interest rate is 3.25%. This is a location map for both roads, and this is Cameo Drive at Sunrise and Cameo Drive. I'm done.
Is there any public?
Is there any public comment?
Do we have anybody on?
No one is on WebEx and no emails for P57.
Move to approve?
Anybody at the kiosks to speak to this item?
Move to approve P57?
Second.
Wait, I'm waiting.
I'm sorry.
I'm waiting. I asked for it, but I haven't received anything. Anybody at the kiosks
Yes.
Yes.
Amen.
to speak to this item?
P for this item, 57?
For Lake Worrell Acres, P57?
P57.
Yes.
Okay.
My name's Frank Baylog. I'm at the 8750 Worrell. The picture that you just showed on Sunrise, that's not going to be repaired under this project, because all the debris and stuff you see on the road is coming from Worrell onto Cameo, and Worrell's not being done, Adonis is not being done, and I know a lot of the residents are not in having this project done. It's not going to address the flooding issue that caused damage in the first place. So, repaving it is going to fix the flood, raise anywhere from a foot to 2 feet. Keep it out of the flood zone. I don't know You know, and I'm being assessed twice on two different lots that are side by on this project, and I don't even have property on those roads that are being paved, but I'm being assessed twice for the project.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Does that end your comments, sir?
Yes.
Thank you for your comments.
Well, did we
Anyone
get his
else
address?
there?
Did he
Anyone
give his
else there
address?
to speak?
Did he give his name and address?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I can give it to you again.
Yeah.
It's Frank Baylock.
Okay.
Oh, that's right.
I own the property over at 8750 Worrell Drive.
8750 Worrell. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you,
Yes, sir. Is anyone else there to speak to this matter?
There's no one else at the kiosk.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just, let me sit back down here. I was trying to stretch out.
Now,
the
is this
leg
one
here.
a board initiated?
Yes, this is the storm damage board initiated. These were the roads that were chip sealed. These two roads were chip sealed, and we were directed to bring it back as board initiated
Right.
projects.
And there are only two roads in the whole project?
We only did the ones that were chip sealed. The other roads are mentioned, Laurel Drive, is unpaved. So if we're gonna go do the paving, we have to go through with the whole Swift-Mud exemption entire process. Versus with the previous project, it was easier to include it because it was already paved.
Yeah.
Right.
Can we see the map again?
Mr. Moore?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I typically go along most of the time, with obviously the commissioner of the district because they're the ones that are meeting with the residents and doing typically the community meetings and things like that and stuff. I'm still not a big fan of board initiated. That's why you've never seen me in 7 years bring one from my district here. Have you seen me bring one from my district?
No, sir.
No, I haven't. I never brought one forward. Just want to make sure I was right.
We have all good roads.
No,
in
no,
your
I,
district.
but no, but I don't. But I don't. And I don't want to go through all those roads. If you go through a lot of if you go through a
Oh,
lot
I
of those-
understand.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
go through a lot of those areas or not, I'm just typically more of a fan of letting the residents vote. And if it's over 50%, it's over 50%. If it's not, it's not. That's just me though, But I typically, this is not a debate. Well, I'm just giving my statement and my feeling
I
on it.
understand.
But I typically go along with what the district commissioner says because they know the area better than I do too. So, again, if the district commissioners feel needs to move forward, I'll play along, but
Okay.
I'm just not a fan of board initiated.
Well,
This is
I
different.
understand what you're talking about, but the fact of it is, we have roads that really need to be paved. They keep voting them down, like you're talking about. And the fact of it is, they keep complaining to us about repairing the roads or fixing the roads, and never anything done, but it keeps being voted down in the process. And there's no other way unless you get to commission.
No, and I don't
And I
disagree with you on
understand,
those.
it's hard.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you on those issues, and I think that's just a way of, and it doesn't
I
always
understand.
work, of communicating, going, okay, this is the option. If you don't take the option, it's not gonna be done.
Right.
But don't come back to me and ask for it to be done 30 minutes, a
But
year
that
down the road. I get what you're saying too.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
but-
can appreciate that.
Thank you, because none of you were here, except for Commissioner Mariano was, when the hurricane hit.
Mhm.
I need you to remember this. I need you to remember this for Crane's Roost, and I need you to remember this for this one. This is different, and he said it. What happened, just so you all know the story, is that we got federal money that we could do anything we wanted to in the county within a certain department. And we chose, these roads were in really, really bad shape, okay? They were full of potholes.
Step back a little bit more in the history, though.
Okay, well, let me just say that,
These were all the communities that came forward and said to us, we can't get mail service, we can't get garbage service, we
Yeah.
can't, because their roads had been flood damaged.
right, and we tried to get help from FEMA for these roads because, with CDBG, some DR, some kind of money. And, because these roads were undrivable after the hurricane. They were undrivable because they were in such bad shape. And FEMA took a look at our Google Earth and said, we are not fixing those roads because they were so bad that we're not, that was your responsibility. That wasn't because of the storm. They were so bad that, I don't know what that rule is, and I'm kind of speaking your language, but, I mean, the roads were so bad, FEMA wouldn't help us. But we took, I don't know how many $1 million we got, where we could have done storm, stops flooding, and do other things, but this board made a decision because these people could not even drive home. They couldn't have the bus, they couldn't have the mail, they couldn't have the garbage trucks. They went through the county and they said, these are the roads that are so bad, this is emergency chip seal. It's temporary, but we're gonna spend the other residents' money in this county on these roads with and we all agreed we would do that, and there would be board-initiated PVASs on when the time came. I'm shocked they've lasted this long. That chip seal, how long does that normally last?
It'll be typical about 4 years. So
Yeah.
we're about the end of
Yeah.
its life.
So they're one big storm from having those roads explode again. And I know that Commissioner,
I wish I
Commissioner-
had pictures
one
of
second.
it.
Yeah,
because
we
there
were
are cars
looking
stuck
to.
in the road, especially for the Lakewood Villas that's coming up today.
And I'm not kidding you that those roads look like a bowl of oatmeal, lumpy oatmeal.
Mm-hmm.
And so this isn't out of, I don't know what to say. This is something we all agreed that we were gonna do, and there really shouldn't be any discussion up here because we took money that could have gone to other things, and these people have had this benefit for 4 years. And that was the deal, and now it's time to, do what we needed to do way back before the storm ever hit. So I gotta say, it's not.
What year
we need to-
storm
Was
are you
it
talking about?
04.
2 to 15 and 16.
Charlie, the ABCs maybe? It was,
Okay, why'd you say 04?
we
then?
can
What was-
find the pictures.
14, I meant.
Yeah.
2014.
We can find the pictures because the governor came and we took him to some of those roads.
How do
The road that Cindy Jolly lives on, wherever that is, I tried to find it in my maps when we were in Tallahassee, but I don't have the picture anymore in the iCloud. But that is why we chip sealed, we did it in Southern Oaks, we did it in Crane's Roost. And how much did you spend? How many millions of dollars did we spend?
$1 million?
So we're almost to reach we're past the 4
Approximately
year.
1.8.
Yeah, so we took our federal money, and that's what we used it on, is a Band-Aid for these roads.
It wasn't federal money. It was, that was money that we got from the BP lawsuit.
BP settlement.
Oh, okay.
And it had no.
Oh, it had
the
no
stuff-
strings on it.
the- The stuff that we got from the litigation that we joined in on had no strings when it
Okay.
came back to us, unlike the restore money that did
Okay.
have strings.
So we used money that could go somewhere else to put these Band-Aids on with the agreement that it would be board initiated when the time came. And I'm telling you, the roads were in really bad shape, and that's why they blew up. So the people think they're driving on a good road, but they're one big storm from driving on oatmeal. So, okay, Commissioner Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Chairman?
I
Uh,
look forward.
Jack, you were there.
Just a minute. Go ahead, Ms. Fitzpatrick.
Oh, Commissioner Mariano.
Okay, thank you. And, this previous board made a great decision doing something for those roads. Something had to be done. We could have gone a full paving assessment then. We decided not to go the other way. With the money allocated, it's the way it fit in the budget. Could have gone the other way. I think, it's been so long, and I think better decisions are made when you involve the people to what's going on. Just in Crane's Roost, the discussion that came up with everything didn't get chip sealed over in Crane's Roost. A couple got different type of pavement. Now they're going to get pulled out. That discussion point, had we not had that, we would have made a bad decision. With this project here, with just even one person coming up, Mr. Frank Baylaw, talking about how he's affected on a couple of roads that aren't getting paved in part of the project, maybe we need to look at the whole project. And with a brand-new commissioner for the area, she's already going to have a few public hearing meetings coming up. I think it benefits her and her citizens, as well as all of us, to let her go have some public meetings out there to find out, do we want to do just the roads that we chip sealed? Or do we do these other two roads together, have a discussion, and then bring it in for the people to let them see? Even if we go through all that process and the board still decides they want to do it, the board has the power after that public hearing process to make it board initiated and just pull the trigger anyway. But I think it serves the people better if we do have that full discussion all the way through.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Starkey?
I don't know what conversations happened at the meeting. I'm guessing they had these conversations at the meeting. I take a different view than Commissioner Moore. And I'm more with Commissioner Oakley on these roads. Frankly, I think if staff is bringing us a road that's in really bad shape, it's because the road is in really bad shape and the taxpayers of Pasco County are paying for it to repeatedly fix until the next rainstorm comes and pops those potholes out. I had to fight really hard for 2 years and to raise the 5-cent gas tax so that we could get the money to fix the potholes, because back then, it was taking 60 days to fit a pothole. I personally, I don't want to keep throwing money out the window on a pothole. I trust the staff that if they're bringing us a road that's in bad enough shape, I don't even know why we do a vote. I think they should bring us so many roads a year and let's just, sorry, you live on that road, there's a responsibility to fix the road. I don't want to keep paying for your road because you don't want to pay for it. And that's what happens. When they don't fix their roads, we all pay for it. So as far as I'm concerned, if you fail a PVAS, we don't fix your potholes anymore. Y'all take it on yourself to get some cement and go out there or whatever, fill your own holes. That's where I'm with that.
P57, I think had a motion in a second.
You have a motion?
I think
I made a motion to
P57.
to do P57.
I'll second it.
Okay, I got a motion and a second.
Roll call.
Roll call vote?
District 2, Commissioner Moore. District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Nay.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Nay. Motion fails 3-2. Okay, move on to
The next two PVAS.
P58.
So what happens with that one then? Then the road falls
Oh.
apart? Because I don't want to go in there and fix it.
That one
I
only had
think
one
taking the
person.
suggestion Commissioner Mariano made about looking
On
at
Worrell?
that close and look at those two roads the gentleman spoke about and then bringing it back.
That's an unpaved road?
So then that would be can we reverse that and make a continuance for that one to be continued for staff to look
Reverse it.
and
You
Okay.
have to.
reopen?
Anybody who is on the prevailing side of that motion could reconsider it if they wish to have it continued rather than denied.
Would you be more likely to reconsider if staff can go back and make sure all the roads that need to be included are included? Or not included if they were not chip sealed? Because we only had one opposition on that.
Well, I'm going to refer back to Commissioner Mariano because he made a pretty good statement when he referred to some of the roads the gentleman was talking about. And
I don't have a problem with
That
that.
was in Crane's Roost.
no, he was
No,
talking
no,
about
this
this
one,
gentleman.
he's on Worrell.
Who's talking about
He's on this one too.
Oh,
Mr. Mariano?
I mean, yes, Commissioner Fitzpatrick, comfortable if you want to go have a public hearing with these people and get a better decision which way to go, and then however we take it to a vote or not take it to a vote, but at least get with the people and find out what they want to do, and then you can put the new numbers together if that means including the roads. I'm happy to go that way. It might be just as quick to start afresh,
Yeah.
but if it's something you want me to do, I'll do that for you.
Okay.
so then P57 will go back and then no.
You need to ask the commissioner if the
Reconsider.
commissioner has asked you a question. If you're answering him yes, then will Commissioner Mariano reconsider the previous motion? So,
Commissioner Mariano, would you reconsider the previous motion if I go back in? Because I know what the other ones I have, so would you reconsider?
Yes,
your
I will.
motion?
I will reconsider, move to reconsider.
Thank you.
Okay. So
Okay, under discussion.
by roll call vote?
No,
we
no,
have to
under
vote on that?
under
We have to vote on
discussion.
it? We have to vote on it. Roll call
no, she
vote.
can discuss
I can
that
ask a
motion.
question under discussion, so we all know what we're voting
Okay.
on. Ainsley, Worrell is an unpaved road
That's correct. And so is Adonis.
in Adonis. So when you add unpaved road to be paved, who pays for that?
The property owners, adjoining benefited property owners.
Okay, so am I understanding that we're asking for the folks to pay to take an unpaved road to become paved? Is that what we're going to be doing?
Can I clarify?
Yeah.
Can you put back up the map for me, please?
Because talk about expensive.
So the two horizontal white lines are Adonis and Worrell, and they're unpaved. Because of the PVAS methodology and policy guidelines, the folks who are on Worrell and Adonis, although they're on paved road, they must use a Cameo and Broad Street. So they are included in the assessment. So what would happen if we go ahead and pave Worrell and Adonis? That would be a much longer process because you have to get a swift mud exemption. Also, we would have to determine whether or not we would have to FDR or bring in new virgin material. So the two things are mixed in two different processes. Yeah. The reconstruction is different versus the unpaved road, which is a much higher cost. But it's just something to consider that you combine in two different processes.
So then what we would be looking at over here on the right, where you show the gentleman who spoke was getting assessed at 25%. He would be getting assessed at 25% plus 100% of Worrell Drive.
If you combine everything, what happened is that the costs go up. So he would be assessed at 100%, because if we do pave Worrell, he would be at 100%. But the cost per ERU would be much higher. And also that would be spread on the folks on Cameo, and their ERU would also go up.
Well, if that's what y'all think is a good idea.
I think that's what we're going to do, is go back and discuss it with the neighborhood.
But what you're voting on is reconsidering the denial of the project entirely.
I'm going to go back and have a public meeting to look at those roads, because I've spoken to Crane's Roost, and I've been out there, and I've also been out to Aristida, and that was supposed to be a microchip seal, and that was from them initiating that one. But they want to do an FDR now.
Right.
So
because the microchip lasts 3 to 4 years, they'd still be paying for
They
the
don't wanna-
microchip when they would have to do the FDR.
So they don't want to do the microchip now and then come back in 5 years and do the FDR. They'd rather
Right.
just do the FDR once and not have to pay for it twice.
Yeah, well, that's what's going to happen here.
So, Mr. Chairman, you have a motion, a second to reconsider.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now it's just to reconsider.
So we need to
We have
take
go
that
back.
motion and second for reconsidering this project, and roll call vote.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. So it's the motion passed 5-0 to reconsider.
Now may I move to continue so I can have a public meeting?
There you go.
Second.
Thank you.
Continue what date?
April 20th.
We don't know when you're going to meeting.
I want to be backed up.
We're going to have a long April 20th.
We're putting back on.
You may want to think about continuing these different.
Well,
Is that the right time to do it, April 20th?
You might want to, Mr. Chairman, but at the same time, I'm looking out for Commissioner Fitzpatrick here for a second. You have a couple of these already continued. Just a suggestion for your own well-being. You might want to spread these out a little bit, or you're going to be very busy for about a
This
week.
one at a later
And
date.
you might not have time to
There's
do all
only
these.
one opposition to this one. Can we motion to have it May 18th?
I think it's a good move. Second.
Yeah.
Thank you.
May 18th at 1:30 PM or sooner.
Yeah, May 18th. Okay, we have a motion and second. Those in favor, roll call vote.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0.
And AC, are those the last of the chip seal we did with that No,
No,
we have a
the-
few more?
There are two more.
2 more, okay.
Yes.
Are these the last two?
No, he said
No.
there's 2 more.
2 more.
Okay.
Okay, now we'll go to.
After we get through today, there are 2 more.
Find those pictures from the past. The governor
P59.
was here.
Sorry,
P58.
sorry.
The
I
pictures
thought
of the
we did
roads
58.
before we chip sealed.
Okay.
I know there
Didn't we?
should be somewhere.
I've also taken photos of the one neighborhood on the roads that should probably be included, and I believe my aide has already submitted those, so if
okay.
you want to pull
This
them up,
one's-
they're for Yellow Lake and Sharon Drive.
Oh, okay. You're right.
Have the 4 photos.
You're supposed to be right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Irma. Yeah, yeah. That was Irma. I'm gonna text Cindy Jolly.
Okay.
These are the ones on Sharon.
Our P58 is the one we're going to.
Item P58 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on February 24th, 2021.
Oh. Commissioner?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, those are the ones from, that go in the other entrance to Crane's Roost. These were the Sharon Drive, this road, that was on Yellow Lake.
Yeah,
Those
That's really bad.
roads were pretty, I don't even think those were chip sealed.
No, they were not. And we haven't gotten a PVAS request for those roads.
You have not.
I've not.
Okay, so Crane's Roost comes in off Little, but they also enter Crane's Roost from the back on these roads.
Okay, but the directive was that it's the road that were chip sealed. And because of the contiguous nature of planters, that's why planters was included. So,
But Planters and Thrasher were never chip sealed.
right,
That's the whole
right.
thing that stopped me from moving forward with Crane's Roost today.
Okay, so if we did not include the paving of planters, what would happen is that the cost per ERU would go up by over $400 for the folks along Crane's Roost. So the folks on planters would be paying approximately $1,800 for not having their road paved, but having to use a paved road.
To get into
And the folks who have the paved road, their ERU would have gone up by $400. That's why they were included. And this is following the methodologies and guidelines for the program, PVAS program.
Looking that up for me.
Okay.
You're welcome.
All right.
Ainsley, are we gonna talk about Buena Vista at the next meeting?
We've got 2 more items.
We got, yeah.
We got 2 more items.
2 more
Lake
PVASs
Como.
on this meeting.
Lake Como for you.
We got P58, and you gave the date.
I gave the publication, I'll give it again, Tampa Bay Times, February 24th, 2021.
This is in your district, Commissioner Starkey.
Well, you know I'm voting for it.
This is PW 21-0051, and this is Lake Como, PVAS number 3375. There's one road here, it's county maintained paved, 97 lots, 36.77 ERUs. Estimated cost is $166,300 approximately. Maximum cost per ERU is $4,522. Discounted amount is $17,805. And the maximum cost per ERU after the discount is $3,641.71. This is a board-initiated project, but it's not a storm damage board-initiated project. And this was brought up November 17, 2020. The repayment period is 10 years, and the interest rate is 3.25%. And this is the location map, and it's just the brown beige color section from County Line going north that is being proposed to be repaved. This is a photo of the condition of the road. And let me go back, and that's it.
Yeah, so falling apart. Is there anyone to speak to?
There is. We have 2 people on WebEx.
2 people on WebEx, okay, let's hear from them.
All right, the first person that I have on WebEx is Vicky King. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Vicky King, 1121 Lake Como Drive, Lutz, Florida, 33558.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, the residents voted against this proposal, so what warrants the repair of at the homeowner's expense? It's very functional road. It might not be aesthetically pleasing. The part you showed is not reality. What documentation do you have? The road does not flood during storms and is very viable by cars that go, the 92 residents that go through here. Any paving of the road will only increase the speed and cause safety hazards for those in every part of the neighborhood. Thank you.
But she said there was someone else.
Is that,
I had a
is that all your
second.
comments?
Yeah, she said thank you.
Yes, that's all my
Okay,
comments.
all right, thank you.
But my interest is that we voted against this 2 years ago. So someone goes to the county commissioner and she comes out one time and decides that it's okay to pave the road when it doesn't bother anybody here.
Okay. Thank you for your comment. The next person?
Yes.
We had Larry Motto on. I don't know if he's still on. Did he drop? It looks like he dropped off. So those were the only two that I had on WebEx for item P58. And I do not have any email for P58.
So this road was brought to our attention.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. Is
Have
anyone
someone
at
on
the
WebEx?
kiosk?
Someone on the kiosk?
There's no one at the kiosk.
All right, thank you. Okay, Commissioner
So,
Starkey.
How many times has this one come up for a PVAS?
This came up once and failed in 2019 with 22 yes votes and 30 no votes.
Okay, so this 2 years ago, 3 years ago, someone, or maybe even 4 years ago, someone brought this to the attention of the county that it needed to be paved because it takes a while to go through the process. And since that time, it has continued to deteriorate. And so I appreciate that people want the county to keep coming in and repairing your road, but it's just not a fair use of the money. And so when your road is in such bad shape as we saw in that picture, and can you put that picture back up? I think it's time to go ahead and fix it. And I wish we had a different process because who wants to spend, no one wants to spend money fixing their road. They want someone else to fix it. But that's not how we do it here.
No, from my presentation.
There, but that road is in really bad shape. And so I just think I'm looking at it and I've driven on it and it's fallen apart, and our staff wouldn't be going through all the time to go out there and assess it and bring it to us if they didn't think it was needed to be fixed. So
That's a picture in front of one house at the beginning of the road.
So I don't think we're supposed to be having a conversation back and forth. So this is my district, and I think I think it wasn't that far off that between the yeses and the nos. I've been contacted by people who are asking for help to get this road fixed. And lots of times we ask you, Ainsley, who's renting, who owns the home. We haven't done that here to see who are the yeses and who are the nos. Many times, it's not it's an absent, what would you say? It's a landlord who doesn't want to pay for the road, and the poor residents have to drive on it. So I am in favor of fixing this road. It's a main road in this community, and I would make the motion to approve the PVAS.
Mr. Chairman, discussion?
Mr. Moore?
So that was a good statement that Commissioner Starkey made in reference to who voted yes or no. Are you able to show us, since it did fail, did the no's come from one large property owner, or was it individual homeowners?
It was individual homeowners, but I'd have to pull the records to show which parcels.
Well, do we have that? And I ask that because we have seen, and you're right, we have seen some fail before because it may have been one large parcel owner that had 10 ERUs, and then it sunk it. I mean, at the same time, I'll go back to my last statement is, if we're gonna have these votes and allow the residents to vote, and when they fail, we still bring them forward, to me, it kind of it defeats the purpose of allowing the people to vote. I'm just being honest, it's kind of like, hey, we ask you to vote on something, but it doesn't matter. Well, it should matter if they're voting. So in this instance, since it was brought up, how do we not have those documents now that could show us?
I don't have them here with me, sorry.
Okay, so not getting on you, but that might be good to bring those, because you have in the past, forward, so when that question is asked, we can find out. Because now I'm inclined to definitely vote no, because
Chairman.
those records aren't available.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know this for a fact, but my guess is that Ainsley was asked that question before you initiated this project.
May have been, yeah, may have been.
But I don't have
But
it now.
today,
But, I mean, because the board voted to initiate the project.
and I understand,
To get you here.
Yes, sir.
right, right, again, like I said, I'm not getting on you or anything, I'm just saying it would probably be just good to have that when that question's asked. So I'll be a no, because I would like to know that question.
I guess one of
Yes,
the
sir.
questions I'd love to ask
Mr. Chair.
somebody who doesn't want their road fixed is, are you willing to not have the county pay for it anymore? Because I'm not clear why we should keep putting money down a hole. If you don't want your road to be better, then I think I just think we shouldn't go in there anymore.
Ms. Fitzpatrick.
Back on the question of it lost by 3 votes, I would like to know how many households voted for it?
No, it
When
lost
you
by more than
find-
3
Lost
votes.
by 8 votes.
It's
22 to 30.
22 yes to 30, 3-0, no.
27?
Sorry, 22, 2-2, no votes to 3-0. Sorry, 2-2 yes votes to 3-0, no votes. I'm sorry.
And I can-
22 yeses.
Because if you have a single person that says yes, but then you have a married couple and they both say no, then do they
It
get
goes
2
by
votes?
the house.
No.
It goes towards household?
Goes by the property.
Hey, since we're, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, since we're in discussion, and I brought this up before, now the county, this current board, and I mean, this started years back before any of us were here, right? I mean, probably anybody in this room. But moving forward, I think it's really, really important when it comes to planning and when master plan communities and developments, to make sure that those communities have a way they're going to pay for those the community roads going forward, whether it be a CDD or HOA. And I say that because I know, for a fact, there's a couple newer master plan communities actually in my district where the county still maintains the roads. In their new developments, it makes absolutely zero sense whatsoever that we actually allow this to happen now. There should be a way built in, whether it be a CDD or HOA, to pay for these roads going forward. There has to be, because all we're gonna do is we're gonna run in the same situation 20 or 30 years down the road. So nothing to do with you guys, but when it comes to planning and what we accept, it's important that we see this. Because I hate to say it's comical, but it is kind of comical to me that I'm getting already calls from a few developments that are 2 or 3 years old and from my office and saying there's potholes on their roads and they're county maintained roads. Those roads should never been county
They're
maintained if
built-
they're a private community.
They're built wrong.
Yeah, or they're built wrong by developer. At the same time, we should not be taking maintenance of any roads at all going forward within residential master plan communities, ever.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
that's my point,
If
so.
I can.
But I'm gonna
Yeah.
follow you on that. with-
If I can, so, right now, in the land development process, there are 3 ways that you can plat a residential subdivision. You either can dedicate the roads to the public, that's us.
Right.
If you have a CDD, we have now gone to the point of saying that CDDs can't, when I got here, CDDs were dedicating the roads to the county.
Right. Right.
So we have moved to that. Or you can have private roads,
Right.
in which case the HOA would maintain them.
Right.
the theory that was in the 80s, probably 90s, where county roads are maintained by homeowners associations, I can't recommend you do that. You either have the choice of them being private
Or
CDD
Yep.
if you don't want to have them
Yep.
county.
I mean, you don't look at some where I just pile on a little bit. I'll use an example where I live. They're all CDD maintained, you know, we pay into it. And a lot of people I know live within CDs, but even the connector, which we all know what road that is, which gives public access from 54 to Bruce B. Downs and also 54 to 56th Street, public has access, but the county doesn't even pay, the CDD, the deal was made that the CDD would maintain that. The residents maintain the road, that road, which is called H and Oaks Boulevard actually, and the sidewalks 100% within that. So, I mean, listen, I mean, kudos to the county when they made that deal with that community to have that CDD actually maintain that road that the public has use on. But again, going back, I mean, we should never accept anything going forward where the county is going to accept maintenance of a new master plan community road. It's just ridiculous.
Well,
Hey, folks,
well,
I've got one person that we called on a while ago who wasn't there, but he is there now to speak on this same PVAS. I need to
Okay, and then I
allow
want
him to
to
speak.
say something,
Yeah,
but kind of
Let
along your
him
lines.
speak.
but-
It's Mr. Larry Motto. If you could please state your name and address for the record.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
We can, yes.
Okay. Hey, it's Larry Motto, 20420 Moss Branch Court, Lutz, Florida, 33558. I'm one of the people that wants the road, actually. I was just sitting in on the meeting to see what happens. My backyard actually backs into where the water drains into. And that's something else we'll address, but I really like the idea of putting a new road in there. My shocks are getting beat up pretty well on all my vehicles. And, I just think it's not time. The homes in there are very new to see a road that beat up, decimated in that neighborhood. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you for
I'm
your
very
comment.
glad that you took the time to comment because I've heard from the residents in there that they're very frustrated that they can't get their road fixed and it's costing them money with their cars. And, you know, it definitely affects your property value when your road looks like heck. So, I can't remember where we are on this one, but I wanted to say, this leads to a bigger discussion that we once had a discussion about different ways to pay for the road paving. And it seems to me that we need to do a workshop on the different opportunities we have to figure out what is the best way to fix our roads. Because I don't think there's many counties who do it the way we do. And I think this is a very painful way that we do it. I really do. And I think we could do much better for everybody. I mean, I'm facing a PVAS on Aristide. I don't even live there. My mother lives there, but I voted for it when it came through and it failed. And there's some $1 million homes in there. And so, I have heard from both of you guys that there are better ways to do it. We just have to have the political will to go ahead and make that change. And I think the county will be better off for it if we modernize the procedure.
Mr. Mariano?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ainsley, got a question for you on the, it says in the agenda item, this 97 lots or 36.77 ERUs, but you said the voting was 22 to 30. How do you put those numbers together?
Why there were so few ERUs?
No,
Because the
36.7 ERUs, but you got a total of 52 votes. How do you get 52 votes at 36.77 ERUs? It doesn't
Okay.
make sense.
So you're mixing two different things. First of all, the votes are based on the ballots that are returned to us. So during that 45-day period of the 97 that should have been returned to us, only 52 came back, and it's what comes back to us counts. This
That's right.
36,
But you've got-
36,
Hang on for a second, Ansley. Let me just try to clarify. You've got some of these homes that are in there are assessed at a 1 ERU.
Yes.
And some of them are 0.25 and some are 0.5. And there's other numbers too, I guess. So with that said, you're counting a 1 as the same as a 0.25 for a vote?
yes, that's what the ordinance says to do.
Always.
Because we're talking about the vote, but because it's non-contiguous, it's not immediately where it's being paved. It is reduced by 25%. If it's if it's not built out, there's no dwelling, there's also a further reduction. So there's a reason why you have a reduction in the number of ERUs. But there are two different questions here. My understanding.
But each
All right,
lot
that
gets a
helps.
vote.
All right, that helps with understanding how you got to the votes, et cetera. Now, can you put the map up again? So everybody who's on the main drive coming in is at 1, and the others back in there are at 0, right? I mean, or put 5, pretty much?
All the ones that are in that purplish, whatever, fuchsia, pink. I'm not good at colors, I apologize. But all the ones that are at that are assessed at 100%. I do not use the word 1 ERU because remember, the assessment is based on the size of the property and the zoning. So I can't blanket say that because it's pink, it's 1 ERU, but it's assessed at 100%. So a property may have 2 or 3 ERUs for larger properties. The ones in blue are at 50%, and the ones in green are at 25%. And this is why you have that odd 36.77 ERUs.
So I'd say that if I knew that the people being assessed at 100% who could use that road every single day, and the others maybe have pretty good roads already that aren't being affected, that might sway my vote, just as well as I know if people are renting or not, but I think that's where the disparity comes in here, so, unless it gets continued, I may lean with the resident commissioner on this thing.
Well, you heard, it's beating up his car, and, I got contacted by numerous people to please help him.
If Wells was here, that pink he would say was silver, so.
I don't remember where we are.
So
Are
was
we
your
under
motion
discussion?
still on the table?
There's a motion, there's a motion.
Oh, I had a motion to
Motion.
pave it.
Second.
Yes.
There's a motion, and all I need is a second,
Second.
and I got a second by roll call vote.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
I'm just a nay because I want that information come back like we talked about, so.
The vast majority's at 25%.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 4-1. Next item's P59.
Item P59 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on February 17th, 2021.
PW 21-0015. Lakewood Villas, PVAS number 3354. This is also a 2015-16 storm damage road, which was temporarily repaired in 2017 by Chip Seal. This is board-initiated PVAS project. There are 11 roads in this project, county-maintained, paved, 305 lots, 305 lots, 310.79 ERUs. Estimated cost for the project is $1.4 million. Maximum cost per ERU is $4,609. Discounted amount is $282,251. Maximum cost per ERU after the discount is $3,707. The repayment is over a 10-year period, and the interest rate is at 3.25% interest. This is a location map. I believe I have a couple photographs. And this is the chip seal, and it appears, this is the temporary fix. So sometimes folks will look at it and say, oh, this is in good condition, but this is what the chip seal looked like.
That's after the chip seal. and
Yes.
that's
See, it's starting to come up.
after Roads were mush, literally
Soup.
mud.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm done.
Does anybody on WebEx to speak to this item?
Yes, we have 2 people on WebEx.
Here, let me
You get a chance. Okay.
The first person is Sally Ann Dalton.
Here, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and
Yes.
address for the record. Thank you.
Sally Ann Dalton, and I own 7314 Calder Drive, 7308 Calder Drive, 7302 Calder Drive, and 7251 Calder Drive. Newport Richey, 34653.
You may proceed.
Yes, well, I am obviously speaking to oppose the repaving of Lakewood Villa roads. I just completely object to it. I know you've been talking about the chipping and repaving that was done. Ours was done in 2017. That certainly wasn't my choice. My road was in good condition before they put it down, and those rocks actually made it very uncomfortable for everybody on the road. There was a guy who lived down the end of the street who had a motorcycle. The rocks, you keep shaking your head, Councilwoman, but it's true, you don't live on my street. I have been asked to speak, and I'm speaking my truth. If you don't believe me, that's fine, but you don't have to keep shaking your head. It's disrespectful. And also, I think you've been disrespectful anyway. You're talking about things that being very vindictive. Well, if you
Ma'am,
don't do this,
ma'am.
then we're not going to help you. You know, we are really trying here.
Speak to the road, ma'am. I would like for you to
This
speak to the road.
this is a COVID economy, and people are barely paying their house insurance, and you want them to pay $3,700 for a repaving. There's no need to repave these roads. They have been asking to put new sewer lines. We're all on septic systems here, and they have been asking to put sewer lines in this area for some time. We know that's going to happen sometime in the near future. So we would just be we would be digging up these roads that they're repaving now. So I'm asking you to deny the project and maybe put it down the road several years once they put the sewer lines in. The other thing is, on the letter that I have in front of me, it says the Lakewood Villa Paving Assessment Project is a resurfacing project. The predominant condition of the streets within this project are poor. The Department of Public Works Engineering evaluated the road related stormwater drainage as part of this project is not recommended as any improvement. That's the only reason we should have anything redone, is because there is, unlike some of the other people that were saying they didn't have any flooding in the area, there are a few areas in the repaving project that does have flooding conditions. I completely agree with that. If they were re-engineering that area, then there would be a reason to repave. The sewers aren't put in yet. They're not going to re-engineer any of the areas that are flooding. So to me, it makes no sense to resurface right now. Not at all. It's just a bad time to do it. I mean, with the COVID economy, there are a lot of people who can't even pay their house insurance, and you want them to pay $3,000 or $3,700 to get things repaved. It's just a bad time for your constituents, and you just don't seem to have any compassion for what might be going on here. The roads are not that bad that they need
Ms.
to
Dalton,
be
your time's
repaved
up.
unless they're being re-engineered.
Your time's up. Thank you.
The
Next person.
The next citizen is Chloe Ann Alexander.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, just point of order real quick, if you don't mind. Just a reminder, when we talk to the board, let's just, make sure that, their statements are made on the subject matter and not against a commissioner. Doesn't mean we all agree all the time on anything either, but at the same time, we need that mutual respect.
Oh, yeah.
Ms.
We can still work closely as the roads get paved with the water if they're still flooding, right?
Ms. Alexander, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Ms. Alexander?
I think I hear him there somewhere.
She's not going to speak.
Ms. Alexander, please state your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Okay, my name is Chloe Ann Alexander, 6627 Parkside Drive, Newport Richey, 34653. I also oppose this project. I don't believe that the roads are in that bad a condition. I also say that until we get sewers, I can't see any point in this. We're all in septics. We need both new paving and sewer, but if you pave now, then you're gonna have to tear it up to put in sewers, which we need. So it doesn't make sense to me. It seems like you've got the cart before the horse.
Good point.
I guess that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, question? There's more. Is there another one? There's more. I believe there's some people at the kiosk. In regards to emails, I did not have any emails to read on the record. They were for file only.
Okay.
And my understanding is that there are people at the kiosk.
Okay. We'll go to the kiosks.
Hi, this is Judy Markson. I'm at 7161 Cedar Point Drive. I also have 722 Cedar Point Drive. And I recently pulled up Arnold Drive 6 months ago due to the flood.
One second, why is our mic not working out there? And I'd stop her time, I think we need to start her over again, but why is it going in and out?
Because we keep getting noise from the boardroom, from the dais.
Okay, can you start over again, please?
Thank you.
All right,
I'm
thank
Judy
you.
Markson. I'm at 7161 Cedar Point Drive. Also own 7222 Cedar Point Drive. Just sold a home on Runnel Drive 6 months ago due to the extreme flooding that exists on that road right by the drain. The water goes up to the garage door of that home. And for the last 5 years, it happened. And even after they did repairs, it happened. The water sits in that street for about 4 or 5 days because those drain waters go into the lake. The lake is already full, doesn't take on any more water. It's supposed to drain into a little 3-foot creek down on the other side of Cypress Knoll, but it can't drain into that. That's full and overgrown with lots of stuff. Before I add a few more comments, we, the residents of this area, do oppose this project at this time because there's some serious actions that need to be taken. The roads are not in really bad condition thanks to the chip and seal project that y'all did. We've been there for 11 years. I've seen really good results with these roads except for the flooding. But I do have a question because this voting process, my concern at this point for all these projects is that you may not be hearing from all the residents because I'm not familiar with the voting process. We didn't get asked to return anything in the mail for Lakewood Villas, none of the residents. I walked the entire area over the last month talking to residents, looking at the roads in all of these 10 streets, 7 of which are ports and very low volume traffic. None of these residents are for this project that I talked to, and a lot of them are pretty hostile about it. But anyway, the voting process for Lakewood Villas does not exist. It was also very difficult to get connected to today's hearing. I was told by commissioner staff and by county staff, there's no 50% rule. That's not something that's real. It doesn't matter if you get a petition, you'd probably be wasting your time by county and commissioner staff. So my concern is you may not be hearing from all the residents. And lastly, because the hearings during the day, work day, people can't connect. And there's a good majority of elderly people who do not have the technical skills and assistance to get connected. Having said all that, I think there's some very important decision factors that you should consider using in proceeding with or objecting these paving projects.
Ma'am, that's all your time. Thank you for your comments.
My name is Carolyn Rondis, 6827 Ronald Drive, Newport Richey, Florida. I've lived there for 40 years. 40 years I've put up with flooding in there. Just about ready to go in my house, but my neighbors across the street, it made it in their house. They have done a lot of work over there, going to put condos in across the street. So it's higher than, and it comes in my front door, it comes in their houses. So if you put the paving in, you're wasting our money, your time. And the reason being is the water's going to take care of it. They're going to destroy the blacktop. So, you know, until you do something about improving Lakewood Villas as far as flooding, you're wasting our time and your time.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comments. Thank you.
Is that it?
No, we got more.
Hello. I'm Kathy Norton, 7303 Amber Drive in Lakewood. I do want to say that I definitely oppose to speak directly about our subdivision alone. Yes, there was from Irma a couple areas that did have flooding issues, but it's certainly not this whole area at all. Most of the roads are fine. In fact, when the chip and seal went through, and I sent in an email with pictures for you guys that evidently have not been received, but you also put through double yellow lines and reflectors. We've got people cutting through all the time from Main Street, from Rowan. We are a shortcut for all kinds of traffic. We're a small subdivision with 25-foot wide roads, and you've made us a racetrack, or that having that happen, we've got people driving 40, 50 miles down the road. So it's not just our traffic at all. In fact, I was just mentioned today that someone had a car hauler, watched a car hauler go down our road. That's not local traffic. So the main roads that are in contention are Cypress Knoll, Park, and Runnel. And those are the three roads that people use to cut through, not only from the main streets, but also from, and this was also in the attachment that I sent y'all, all of these other subdivisions. You can't see, if you had the attachments, it was sent in and it was sent in on time. Those are all showing the traffic patterns. And it's all about those three roads. Now, again, what's failed? A couple of areas. And yes, there are drainage issues that need to be addressed. If they're not, there's no point in putting down a new road. Overall, they're in good shape. I would love to have sewers. That's something I think we could get agreement on and people would be willing to pay for. But in general, this system that Pasco County is following is a crazy system. It is not the norm for the state at all. 94 is about traffic circles and lights and speed bumps. The county ordinance 94. The state only makes this an alternate payment option. The assessments that you're doing. None of the other, please look at the way other counties are doing it, because everybody, all roads have a lifespan. All roads will fail. Everybody needs to be chipping in towards the roads, even if it's a special assessment like you have for sewer and stormwater on the annual property tax bill. If everybody spreads out the costs, then over time, all the roads get taken care of. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your
I
comment.
probably had more.
There's no one else at the kiosk.
All right, thank you.
So, if there's no one else,
Okay.
if I could speak for a
Ms. Stark.
second. First of all, I appreciate that they think their roads look great because they're driving on that very thin chip seal right now. And like I said, we didn't pick roads because they were in good condition to add more money, spend more money on them. We picked them because they were undrivable. My brother just bought a house on Cypress Knoll, and I texted him here and he said, please, please fix the road. But I do have a question for you concerning, they were talking about that they're on septic and talking about going to sewer. And I do think in this situation, when I was at Tampa Bay Water, the city of Newport Richey did a presentation, And I believe that this neighborhood is part of something called Orangewood. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I'm trying to confirm that. It's
Yeah.
definitely not Pasco County Utility Service area.
Yeah, and my understanding is they are about to take this neighborhood onto the Newport Ritchie water system. Now, I don't know what that means as far as digging up the roads. If that is true, it makes sense that we don't want to dig up the roads, so, but I don't know if that's where the pipes are going. I don't know what the story is, so.
So Ainsley, forgive me, but I think in the past, we have coordinated PVAS projects, even though they've been approved I'm thinking of Lake Paget.
Yeah, we have.
Where we had an approved PVAS, and we actually delayed the physical work by a year or two to allow utilities actually to do just that,
Yeah.
upgrade the water lines. So it's not an all or nothing kind of thing, but we could certainly coordinate with Orangewood if that's
Is
the pleasure.
stormwater a part of this PVAS?
We did road-related drainage, road-related, not the basin, the entire basin drainage.
Does that take care of some of that flooding they're talking about?
It's just what impacts the road. So we're talking about ditches, culverts, things like that.
Okay.
I am a little nervous for the people to wait. I mean, they have to cross their fingers that we don't get a big storm and it demolishes their chip seal during the storm season, but I think we need to see what the city of Newport Ritchie has planned for that area.
Let's hear from the,
What I was gonna say is I have a home in there since 2004, and it was on LVW. And then after 10 years, the city of Newport Ritchie had taken it over, and that's how they had accumulated it. I haven't heard anything about city of Newport Ritchie transferring it over to a drainage system or a sewer system, anything like that. It's on its own self-sufficient community.
Yeah, I think that's about to change. They're buying Orangewood.
Okay, so, but that's been, the city of Newport Ritchie has had that for over probably 5 years now.
I just
5
don't.
to 7 years.
I just don't know if in the purchase of Orangewood, that means they're putting new pipes in, or if they're just taking over that system. But I feel like we should continue this till we have that answer.
I also know
Mr.
those
Chair?
roads do flood very
Mariano.
poorly on Reynolds.
Yeah, I think we got a few good reasons why we need to continue this. Could be another great opportunity for Commissioner Fitzpatrick to get to know our residents better.
I know them quite well out there.
I'm sure you. But I think, with sewer coming in, if that's a possibility, then obviously that's going to tear the roads, and we want to definitely coordinate with that. On the other side of the road, on Mass Ave, we've got Magnolia Valley, where we're in the midst of designing a project. I don't know if Mike Carbella can update us to where we are right now as far as that design, what percentage we're at?
Yeah, I think we're getting ready to enter third-party review on that, or are we at 30%?
Yes.
Yeah, we're at that review stage with the Water Management District.
Okay, so I think coordinating with that too might be good. There may be I don't know, Mike, are those systems, do they connect at all? Would like fixing Magnolia Valley help them at all, or does water flow a different way?
I'm not familiar enough with the basin to answer that. I'd have to
north.
get back with you on that one.
I'm pretty sure that water goes north.
All right, so if it goes north, then that's even more reason to kind of continue this, to make sure we get the stormwater done before we fix the roads that don't flood out later. I'm good with
Well,
it.
You say that, Jack, but if the roads, well, I think the commissioner can tell you what the roads look like since she lived in there.
Well, I was gonna say, even if we motion to approve, then, like Mr. Carballa had stated, they will make sure it is timed after they complete the water mitigation phases. Because we're gonna have another one of these coming up in another month or so for the east side of Lakewood Villas, which is Ritchie Lakes.
Are
And then
you
the
saying
water
you wanna-
mitigation also goes all the way from Massachusetts, all the way north to my other street.
So are
it
you
goes
saying you want to
north
go
and
ahead and approve this now, but have them,
wait to do
Wait.
the project until they do the water mitigation project together. Like
The
Mr.
water
Caballo said.
mitigation project, you're referring to
Solving
City of
the
Newport Ritchie
flooding.
with the utilities? Because the flooding type project is a different animal. altogether. I mean, these road projects, when we come in, we address, as Ainsley stated, road-related drainage, and that is simply the water that is generated as runoff from the road itself. Property flooding and those are much larger, holistic issues that really are independent of paving a road. So that's just,
The water
keep that in
flooding
mind.
that they're talking about on Runnel Drive, actually, when it goes around the curve, it runs all the way up into the people's houses. And you can't drive down Runnel because of the flooding is so severe in that neighborhood.
so if that's related from the road runoff, then as Public Works goes through there, regrades ditches, they'll do some engineering analysis of the existing culverts and where that water goes. That type of drainage is addressed. But if we're talking basin-related flooding, because it is just a naturally low-lying area, those are more comprehensive Public Works type projects that we do in conjunction with the Water Management District. Those are focused on property.
I think it's more along the lines of the water runs down certain streets into that one little house, or those few houses right there on Runnel, around the curve.
Yeah, that should be part of road-related drainage, is what it sounds like to me.
Thank you. So then I would do a motion to approve the project.
Because that would fix that problem.
That would fix the flooding.
Okay, well, I'll second that.
So this isn't the one you're abstaining, it was a different one, I'm sorry.
Mr.
I was
Snyder?
confused.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so deal with the motion maker first.
Oh, wait,
So-
hold on.
so-
Do I have a conflict of interest on this project? Because I
So-
have a house on the opposite side of Cypress, not in this project, but on the other side.
Oh, well, then it's.
So if your home is in Ritchie Lakes, which is
Lakewood.
not part of this project,
It's not part of this project.
Okay.
is not part of the project that's being assessed, you do not have a conflict. The seconder, however, just said her brother lives in.
Yeah, he just bought a home.
Is he in the assessed area?
He is moving there, yeah, as we speak.
So she can't.
So
But that's
you
my
have a-
brother, it's not me.
And so he's a relative, is he not?
Yeah.
And so it's a special private gain or loss to you
A
or your
relative?
relatives.
Okay.
So
Y'all heard, my
unfortunately-
brother says, please
You'll
fix
have
his
to
road.
You'll have to abstain this time.
Okay,
What
that's
is- What is the motion? What's,
Oh, can I make I would motion to
you
approve.
can.
Move
Make a
staff,
motion to
you're
approve.
moving staff recommendation to approve this project.
Yes,
Yes, as long as it's at the same time as they fix the water.
the court, yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I know we all want to get out of here, but, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
there was no vote on this project, though?
This is a board-initiated
Chip seal.
project.
Motion.
Board,
No, I was asking him a question about a vote. There was never a PVAS vote at all.
no, this is a-
100% board initiated.
this is board-initiated.
It's another one of your storm drainage repair projects where
Correct.
the board said, we'll come in and repair your roads, but we're gonna come back in a few years and PVAS you to do them right.
Yes.
So that's 3 of these today were like that. We have a couple more coming up. You approved a couple in the last several months. So I think there's 12 of them total.
Yes.
Yeah. The board spent the money, as Commissioner Starkey said, spent the money that could have gone other places in the county to repair these roads with the condition that the board would come back and do a special assessment to repair them correctly.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, Jack Mariano?
Yes, sir.
I mean, being that this is board initiated, and one of the big issues was we fixed these roads because of flooding. We haven't fixed the flooding. I'm not convinced that we're going to fix the flooding with just what we're going to do for improvement. I'm not going to be supporting what's going if we go this way right now. I think we should go out there and study both, study the sewer, study the whole system. I think it's just too early.
They've only chip sealed it, correct? They've never did any water mitigation or
Yeah.
water storm management. So when they go back and do the actual roads, you guys are going to address the flooding issue, so the flooding does not go into these people's houses.
Road-related,
They're going to do stormwater issues.
road-related drainage.
So, and you will make the roads so that if they have water on them, they'll still be able to drive to their house.
The
Whether their house,
roads and water don't mix, so we'll get the
Right.
water off the road as quick as, quick as possible. So that's in terms of the road-related drainage. But as Mike said, if it's the basin drainage, that's not what's being addressed. This is not a stormwater project.
right,
It's a road
but
project.
you're gonna get the roads, I mean, where it's wet, you're gonna probably, do you have full depth reclamation on parts of this?
No, this one is mill and repave.
Mill and repave.
Mr. Chairman?
It depends on what, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Mr. Moore?
But to Commissioner Mariano's point, we still are going to have issues with flooding, are we not?
So Commissioner, again, we have flooding all across the county.
Well, I'm not talking about that, I'm talking about this specific project. Let's stick with this specific project. This is what we're
All the
talking about.
water floods down into Runnel Drive where it floods these people's houses. So you're going to redirect that water.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. 3 years ago, we never did road-related drainage when we are fixing roads in Pasco. Since that time, we've implemented this program that when we are fixing roads, we take a look at the drainage system around the road, the flooding of the road, and we address those through improving any swales, if there are any ditches, replacing pipes. And this is a program that we've been doing. It's very different from the big stormwater capital projects where we fix stormwater issues basin-based. You know, if we take the same approach, then we are not going to fix any road in Pasco. Because if we are waiting to fix the bigger drainage basin issues, then no road is going to be fixed. And I think the current approach is the right approach to take. We are going to address the road-related drainage on the road, any road that we fix. We've been doing that for the past 3 years.
Okay.
Just
I've
I'll
had
let-
no
I'll
idea
let-
how
can I-
water in
can
their
I-
house.
in-
Mr. Chairman, Jack
so,
Ryan?
Wait a minute.
Branford, what I'm hearing you saying, you're affecting the road-related drainage. That means the water doesn't sit next to the road to destroy the base, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so you're gonna get the water out of there. There may still be large events that flood. That's what you can't fix right now.
We can't fix that.
But in general, the normal events, the water won't sit next to the base. We're getting the water out of there.
Exactly.
And that's really what damages the base.
Yes, that's
Okay,
what damages the
that's what I
base.
thought you
And
were saying.
it's very effective, and it works.
Yep. Mr. Mariano?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On a regular project that Branford will do, Branford, stay up here if you would. I believe what they do is they study the whole project, they get in front of the citizens, they say, look, not only are we gonna fix your roads, but here's what we're gonna do with the drainage, here's what we're gonna study it, here's what we're gonna identify it. We just did a project in Bear Creek, they spent a lot of time out there, spent a lot of time fixing the drainage stuff first to get the water off the road properly. We're not doing that with this board initiated. I really think, Commissioner Fitzpatrick, you ought to think about just starting this all over again, and let's let them start from start to finish, get the public involved, let them know what we're doing, so we can get full support, or better support, and better education.
Yes. Commissioner Mariano, every road that we fix, since we've been doing this for the past 3 years, we look at the drainage issues. We have engineers just specifically for that. 3 years ago, we didn't have engineers for roads. They were all stormwater capital project engineers. So we are going to look at this road and fix any drainage issues relating to those.
A question on when this would appear on people's tax bill, because I think that was a valid question, but I think you'll see that it's not for a number of years, so.
If this project gets approved this year, and we pave it this fiscal year, more than likely it will show up on 2023. Not this November, but 2023.
I would like to withdraw my motion to approve and move a motion to continue.
Do you have a time that you want to continue it to? Are we in May?
May 18th?
We keep
Unless
them
you
on
wanna
the
do
same day, we
everything
have
else.
no problem.
Everything else is March, April 20th, or the one before that. Well, it's on this side of the county.
So what date?
May 18th is the Newport Ritchie meeting in May.
Okay.
Unless you want to go to June.
And we got a second.
No, I have-
So a roll call vote to continue to May 18th.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. That's all the items I have on the book, and
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
can I
Biles.
ask the board a question on
Okay.
the storm damage roads that we fix with chip seal that we paid money for, if the board does not want to force an assessment, what do you want to consider the money that we put on those roads several years ago? Is that a sunk cost that we'll never go back and get, or do we need to go back and assess them for that cost if we don't go back and PVAS them?
Agreed.
You can't.
This
I don't
is not a
believe you
good
can-
direction
you
that
can
you're
go
You
taking
need to
us.
put that as a board agenda item instead of just asking us right now, in my opinion. You need to.
Well, I
put that-
think part of it needs to go into what the commissioner is going to have meetings with her constituents. That is a question that will come up.
I don't think that's so we can sit here and debate right now.
I don't know why some people are getting
Arrange
free
some of this
roads and
and
others
continue.
aren't. Personally, I think it's irresponsible that we said we were gonna do something. That was the condition of their getting their roads fixed and not getting PVAS right then.
Aristida was not chip sealed, correct?
Now, Aristida is a separate issue.
Yeah,
It is
that's
not
not
one of them,
those.
but you
The
have
ones that have been chip sealed,
3 from this meeting that were the storm damaged, chip sealed roads. that-
I'm readdressing because not all of those roads were chip sealed. That's the only reason why I'm continuing that.
Mr. Biles, based on your question you asked about where we put that cost of the chip seal that we went in and did for the folks, were they told that sometime in the future, if they didn't do PVAS, they would have to pay that amount?
That
That
predates me, I don't know the answer to that, but it's my understanding that we will go in and chip seal them now, but in order to do that, we will come back and force an assessment on you to do them right in the future.
Right, but when you do that assessment, do you include that cost that you put in there? Oh, it's not in there. Okay, that's what I was asking.
Did you notify the communities when they were being PVASed originally, the chip sealed?
That wasn't
That-
part of the
it was
special
a state of
assessment
emergency.
project process.
It was not.
Mr. Chairman, can we bring this back as an agenda item? Then the county administrator can research what happened in the past and then we'll have the,
Yeah,
Well, there's a legal question of whether you can even.
Mr. Chairman?
yeah.
well, that's.
Mr.
bring it back as
Mariano?
agenda.
How many chip seals have been
Thank
replaced
you.
already?
Mr. Chairman, when we did this work, it was a very unfortunate time for a lot of people that we made a great move getting them fixed. The discussions that were had, there was no official dialogue, as the chairman just said. Did we make a contract with them that we're going to come back and force pavement? That didn't happen. You can't just say you're going to do that without numbers in place anyway.
No, we're
So I
not.
think what we need to do is to do a full look. Let's bring back and do a workshop or at least an agenda item with allotting at least an hour or two's worth of time. And let's go study the paving assessment program we're in. We can study the ones that are still coming up. And I will tell you, there's one in Holiday Hills that's coming up, that we had to do a pipe in the ground to go fix the drainage. Those people haven't flooded in like 4 years, 5 years. It's been a great success out there. But that pipe's going in the ground now. It's been approved for swift mud. So that's one that's gonna be coming. I'll be supporting that one, because if people definitely want it, we fix the flooding. So I think we need the full dialogue about, let's go look at how we're paving these roads, and let's go see if we want to change course.
Right.
And put it all in one box together with all the questions.
Yeah,
I'm good.
we understand that. We're gonna do that.
I would
and,
prefer that
so
in a
you know,
workshop than a
Ms.
board
Starkey,
meeting, though.
So you know, Mr. Merrill, there was no cost or anything in that chip seal when we did it. At that time of emergency, there was nothing about any cost to any resident about that, but it was the fact that we were gonna come back later and do a PVAS assessment to fix those roads. So there's no cost in there from anything else. Okay? All right,
Thank you.
all right, we're adjourned.
However, and